Chapter 532. Fine. Monarch Songyong did not hesitate. The stately blood blade would not lower himself to be greedy for such an item. Since both sides had come to an agreement, they naturally began to make an oath. The oath naturally stipulated that Dongbo Shui Ing could not be his enemy. After all, if Monarch Songyong's strength increased even faster, he could rely on the flowing light bug to threaten him. That would be troublesome. Of course, Dongbo Shui Ing believed that once Monarch Songyong nurtured the flowing light bug to maturity, he would have the strength to deal with him. This kid's luck is pretty good. This should be the 5th insect scripture. The blood blade in front of the cosmic furnace sensed the oath and immediately understood what was going on. He could not help but smile. Although nurturing insects is a side path, the 5th insect scripture has indeed reached an extremely profound level in terms of formation diagrams. It can be used as a reference. Monarch Songyong's guess was correct. God Emperor did not care about this insect scripture. As the strongest expert in the deity world, God Emperor's goal had already far exceeded the imagination of Songyong and the others. That was on a completely different level. After making an oath, he did not dare to violate it. The power of an oath was very strong, even with the protection of the material world. Stage 3 world deities did not fear Bloodblade if they did not make an oath. However, if they made an oath, God Emperor's attacks would be much stronger, allowing him to kill Stage 3 world deities through the material world, if they were not in the material world. Like the deity world or the dark abyss, the power of an oath was even stronger. Even Stage 4 world deities and powerful existences would have to be careful and not make an oath lightly. Once an oath was made, it was impossible to violate it. Ha ha ha. Your Highness Dongbo, you are truly ruthless. Monarch Songyong was in a good mood after obtaining the black sphere. He immediately laughed. Your conditions really make my heart ache. My heart aches. Dongbo Shui Ing also said, compared to Monarch Songyong, what I have is nothing. Obtaining this inheritance will not increase my strength at all. I just want my children and descendants to learn it, so that even those with weak cultivation talent will have a way to protect themselves. This was pure nonsense. Dongbo Shui Ing did not want his children to walk on such an unorthodox path. His Highness Dongbo really treats his children well. Monarch Songyong smiled. Since the deal had been made, he had no regrets. He had already made preparations beforehand. Even if he had to give up all of his treasures and even his empire, he would still obtain the black sphere. Because everything else was external, the flowing light worm inside the black sphere could allow him to fight against almighties. I haven't seen the flowing light worm yet. Let me have a look. Dongbo Shui Ing said. All right. Monarch Songyong placed the black sphere on his table and gently stroked it with his hand. Immediately, the uneven patterns on the black sphere began to emit light. This light illuminated the surrounding air, revealing a 3-dimensional formation diagram. At this moment, this incomparably profound formation diagram was gradually changing. Many different parts of the 3-dimensional formation diagram were changing. Whoosh! The light from the 3-dimensional formation diagram retracted, and the black sphere began to transform internally. Many of the uneven patterns on its surface began to split apart, revealing a sparkling egg of light within. Lying within the egg of light was a strange worm. The worm emitted a water-like radiance that constantly flowed, occasionally taking the shape of a worm. Just by looking at it, Dongbo Shui Ing felt his heart palpitate. It was as if he could already see the might of this worm. He could not help but say, the flowing light worm gives me the feeling that after it matures, it will not only be able to fight against almighties. It will only be at the level of almighties, Monarch Songyong replied. Monarch Songyong continued, unless the flowing light insect underwent another transformation. But that would be too difficult. Your Highness Dongbo, you will naturally understand once you learn the inheritance. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. Then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If His Highness Dongbua has any orders for me, feel free to let me know. I can do anything for His Highness 3 times, Monarch Songyong said with a smile. Very well. Dongbua Shui-ing stood up to send Monarch Songyong off. He knew that Monarch Songyong could not wait any longer and wanted to quickly return to cultivate his insects. In the underground hall of the supervisor envoy's residence, Jing Qiu was currently in closed-door cultivation for a long period of time. Since she had become a stage 4 world deity, she could no longer wantonly show off in public. Normally, when she saw her son and daughter, she would only condense the energy of the world into their bodies. Dongbua, you can ask for more. No matter how much Monarch Songyong's heart aches, he will still have to take it out, Jing Qiu teased. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. That's enough. No matter what, Monarch Songyong will never give me that flowing light worm. Without the method to cultivate it, without the method to activate the formation diagram, it is impossible for me to obtain it. Since that's the case, I'll just have to take a few more treasures. What I value the most is this inheritance. An ancient insect cultivation technique can cultivate insects that can even fight against powerful existences. Just the formation diagram reflected by that black sphere is already so profound. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed. The existence who created this cultivation technique must have reached an extremely high realm. If we can use this cultivation technique as a reference, it will be of great help to our cultivation. Different paths had their own similarities. Then I'll give it a try. Jing Qiu was also very curious. After all, this was a complete cultivation technique. You go first. Do we, husband and wife, care about who goes first and who goes last? Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. Jing Qiu immediately sent her consciousness into the inheritance, and for a moment she became completely silent. Only faint fluctuations could be felt, indicating that she was currently receiving a large amount of information. Only after a breath's time did Jing Qiu recover. Dongbua, you've really profited this time, Jing Qiu exclaimed. This cultivation technique is truly incomparably profound. Even if it's a side path, it's still quite amazing. Oh, Dongbua Shui-ing also sent his consciousness into the inheritance. Bang! A large amount of information surged into his mind. Countless array diagrams entered his mind, as well as all sorts of words. Only after a long time did he manage to learn everything. For a moment, a unique black book appeared in Dongbua Shui-ing's mind. The black book could be flipped open, and within it there were countless array diagrams and simple words to guide one. This black book floated in front of the true deity heart in his sea of consciousness. The true deity heart's small hands were still flipping through the book. The further one flipped through the black book, the more complex and profound it became. There were even some array diagrams that surpassed the array diagrams reflected by the black sphere. Black bug scripture? After learning it, Dongbua Shui-ing also understood the name of this cultivation technique. It was a technique specifically used to cultivate insects, and the most complex part of it was the array diagrams. If one's cultivation realm was extremely high, they would be able to use ordinary insects to nurture powerful insects. Naturally, it would be much easier to obtain terrifying insects like the flowing light insect. That was because they would naturally grow stronger. If one were to intentionally nurture them, they would naturally become even more extraordinary. Impressive, Dongbua Shui-ing praised. It's truly impressive. It feels like the laws of heaven and earth can be casually kneaded and formed into countless array diagrams. Jing Qiu also sighed in admiration. The two of them did not know how to cultivate insects, but this array diagram allowed them to have a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. This was also the main reason why Dongbua Shui-ing wanted this cultivation technique. Any top-notch cultivation technique was extremely profound and could be used as a reference. After obtaining the black bug scripture, Dongbu Shuang and Jing Qiu spent a lot of time comprehending these array diagrams. In fact, Dongbu Shuang even discovered many imperfections in his spear art, destruction. That was because there were some array diagrams that represented destruction. This caused Dongbu Shuang to be greatly moved. For example, his own secret skill, World Prison, had also started to fuse some of the insights he gained from the array diagrams, allowing him to create an even more powerful secret skill. In the past, Dongbu Shuang would often study the usage of the laws of profound mysteries in the luminous sun. But the luminous sun was extremely young and extremely tough. It was the same style. On the other hand, the black bug scripture could be said to be all-encompassing. Darkness, destruction, life, gentleness, treachery, tyranny, all sorts of array diagrams were an eye-opener for Dongbu Shuang. Only half a month had passed, and it was already interrupted. Humph. A man whose entire body was covered in black fur and armor revealed a trace of a smile as he stood at the entrance of the supervisor's residence. He directly said, "Hurry up and send a message. Just say that I, Emperor Flame Demon, have come to pay a visit." Chapter 533. Within the palace hall of the supervisor envoy's residence. "Monarch, please take a seat." Dongbu Shuang was seated behind a long table, carefully observing Monarch Demonic Flame. Monarch Demonic Flame's entire body was covered in black fur, and his eyes were blood-red. He emitted an evil and cruel aura. His blood-red eyes were even faintly burning with flames. This was a stage 4 world deity with a fearsome reputation. He was much stronger than Monarch Songyong and was also in existence close to becoming a powerful existence. Ha ha ha! Your Highness Dongbu's reputation has spread far and wide. Many of us old fellows are discussing your Highness. Monarch Demonic Flame laughed. It's a pity that they didn't bring any gifts. Otherwise, they would have long since paid you a visit. Monarch, you praise me too much. Compared to all of you, I'm still lacking, Dongbu Shuang said. Ha ha ha, don't be so humble. If you and I could both become powerful existences, I dare say that you would definitely be ahead of me. Monarch Demonic Flame beamed. However, his face was so savage and ugly that even when he smiled, it was still quite horrifying. Today, I've come to your Highness Dongbu's place to deliver a gift to you, as well as to plant some good karma. Ha ha! I don't expect anything in return from your Highness. I only hope that your Highness can help me out once you become a powerful existence. He was determined. If Dongbu Shuang were to become a powerful existence, he would most likely be on the same level as the 3 ancestors. The price to ask for the help of such an existence was simply too great. Oh! Dongbu Shuang looked at him. This Monarch Demonic Flame was truly confident. Your Highness, please take a look. Monarch Demonic Flame waved his hand. Who? 2 female world deities with enormous snake tails immediately appeared, bound in chains. They looked exactly the same. Both were venomous-ing world deities. Venomous-ing? Dongbu Shuang was startled. Both venomous-ing world deities had a hint of despair in their eyes. She looked at Dongbu Shuang with a pleading gaze. Venomous-ing, and I do have some enmity. Dongbu Shuang nodded. But she poses no threat to me at present. Once I grow stronger in the future, killing her will be as easy as lifting a finger. He no longer placed venomous-ing in his eyes. This venomous-ing world deity is extremely cautious, and it took me several months to capture her with the help of karma. After all, both of her avatars must be captured at the same time. But what your Highness said isn't wrong either. Once your Highness becomes a stage 4 world deity in the future and comprehend the karma deity heart, you'll naturally be able to capture both of her avatars with ease. However, I have acted to capture her so that your Highness can deal with your enemies more quickly. Furthermore, the venomous-ing world deity has a treasure on her. Treasure? Dongbua Shui-ing was surprised. "Your Highness, please take a look." Emperor Flame Demon flipped his hand and a green leaf appeared in his palm. The green leaf exuded an ancient and boundless aura, making even Dongbua Shui-ing feel inferior. "This is a remnant of the 10,000 poison record, the supreme inheritance of the voodoo Tao." Monarch Flame Devil chuckled. "I never imagined that this venomous world deity would have such a treasure on her. Even though the Tao of hexing poison is a side path, there are still ways to transcend it. We can use it as a reference. Even though this is just a remnant, it is still a remnant of the 10,000 poison record." Dongbua Shui-ing glanced at it and shook his head. The Tao of hexing poison mainly focuses on the study of plants, rocks, and other myriad existences. I don't have the mood to study them. Monarch Flame Devil was startled. He felt slightly awkward. Dongbua Shui-ing was right. Indeed, every Tao had its own similarities. But if the array diagrams of the black bug scripture could be used as a reference, then the Tao of hexing poison regarding the study of plants, rocks, and other myriad existences was truly useless. Furthermore, it was just a remnant. Its value was even lower. For instance, the complete black bug scripture was much more valuable than this remnant of the 10,000 poison record. In truth, only absolute arts like the luminous sun, which could be cultivated and allowed one's combat power to rise explosively, were truly priceless. Even a portion of such information was extremely valuable. For instance, the heart sword diagram fragment that Jing Qiu had obtained was also used for combat and was similarly valuable. This was also the reason why Forefather Golden Firmament was so furious. Forefather Golden Firmament had spent a long period of time just to gather the final part of the heart sword diagram. Yet because of Jing Qiu, he had failed at the last step. Naturally, his anger would soar to the heavens. Even Monarch Mo Shui could not protect his daughter. Even Jing Qiu's previous master, a powerful existence, did not dare to step forward. In her previous life, Jing Qiu could only grit her teeth and choose to reincarnate, starting a brand new life. Forget about this remnant of the 10,000 poison record. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. He did not think much of it, and it was useless to Jing Qiu. As for his son and daughter, Dongbua Shui-ing did not wish for them to waste their time on hexing poison. Furthermore, it was just a remnant. The venomous world deity had cultivated for such a long time. If it were the complete version, Dongbua Shui-ing would still be interested. I'll accept this venomous world deity. Many thanks, Monarch Flame Devil. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. I'll remember this favor. Ha ha ha, that's fine as well. Monarch Flame Devil stood up. Originally, he had only wanted to give the venomous world deity to Shui-ing. This remnant piece of the myriad poison record had only been discovered after he had captured her and searched her body. Shui-ing was a personal disciple of His Majesty, so it was within his expectations that he would look down on the Tao of hexing poison. Then I won't stay any longer. I wish Your Highness Dongbua good luck in becoming a powerful existence soon. Monarch Flame Devil laughed. I'll accept Monarch's auspicious words. Dongbua Shui-ing also stood up to send him off. These old fellows all treated Dongbua Shui-ing as an existence on the same level, and they all wanted to befriend him. After all, Dongbua Shui-ing's combat power was at the stage for world deity level, and his potential was much higher than theirs. Even powerful existences could not underestimate Dongbua Shui-ing. After sending off Monarch Flame Devil, Dongbua Shui-ing returned to the palace hall. The two venomous world deities were bound, and their true deity hearts had been sealed. They could not struggle at all. Her two avatars looked at Dongbua Shui-ing, and one of them growled, Dongbua Shui-ing, you're amazing! I admit that I was wrong about you. I didn't dare to disrupt your myriad flower feast, allowing you to become a disciple of His Majesty God Emperor and soar to the heavens. Dongbua Shui-ing watched from the side. That's right. The reason why he could rise so quickly was because of his master. His master was the strongest expert in the deity world, and his guidance on the chaotic deity heart and extremity deity heart pointed directly to the essence. Furthermore, he had bestowed an absolute art to him, as well as many spirit fruits and treasures. Without his master's guidance, his cultivation speed would definitely have been greatly reduced. But this was also normal. Those who had created miracles, like Monarch Extermination and Monarch Green, had all received nurturing that was not any less than what he had received. Right now, I'm in your hands, the venomous Ing-World deity growled. Kill me, kill me. Right now, she could neither live nor die. Do you want to die so much? Dongbua Shui Ing softly asked. The venomous Ing-World deity was startled. A sliver of disbelief appeared in her eyes as she said, If your highness is willing to spare my life, I'm naturally willing to serve you. You're overthinking things, Dongbua Shuang said. The venomous Ing-World deity's eyes were filled with terror. Could you be? What she feared the most was Dongbua Shui in using all sorts of tortures to torture her, making her unable to die even if she wanted to. That was a true nightmare. That was why she had shouted for Dongbua Shui Ing to kill her from the start. After all, it would be a clean and efficient death, and there would be no pain at all. She would truly be tortured for millions or even billions of years. Just the thought of it terrified her. Seeing the terrified look on the venomous Ing-World deity's face, Dongbua Shui Ing sighed inwardly. The winner takes all. Back then, if not for Big Brother White Sand City Lord acting, if not for him being a grade 1 true meaning transcendent, his wife would most likely have been tortured as well. Oh no, his wife Jing Qiu might be a deity on the surface, but in reality her combat power was probably above that of the venomous Ing-World deity. His wife had truly concealed herself deeply, not revealing herself until the very last moment. Let us end our grudges here. Dongbua Shui Ing extended his finger, causing 2 streams of white light to fly out from his fingertips. They drilled into the foreheads of the 2 venomous Ing-World deity bodies, instantly destroying the sealed, true deity heart within them. The aura of the 2 venomous Ing-World deity bodies dissipated. Only a look of relief could be seen on their faces. Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head inwardly. One could not be too overbearing in one's actions. Not giving others a path of survival was the same as not giving oneself a path of survival. Even though he was a personal disciple of His Majesty and a lord of a material world, he was only vicious and merciless towards his enemies. He would not be too excessive towards other world deities. After all, if one offended too many people, one could very well end up kicking an iron plate. The venomous Ing-World deity had previously not placed a deity brat in her eyes. How could she have known that one of the people she had offended was a grade 1 true meaning transcendent, while the other was someone stronger than her, Jing Qiu? Chapter 534. Time passed. Dongbua Shui Ying's influence within the calm Xi prefecture grew. Everyone knew that there were only 2 clans with the highest status in the prefecture. One was the calm Xi prefecture master, the Longshore clan, and the other was the Dongbua clan. Even Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qinyao had great influence within the prefecture. When it came to Dongbua Shuang, many powers would find it hard to even meet him. As such, they could only settle for the next best thing, befriending Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qinyao. To this, Shui Ing and his wife did not demand too much from their children. They only focused more on guiding them in their cultivation. As for the issue of their moral character, they had already endured in the Crimson Rock Mountain world for several thousand years. Their character had long since been set, and they did not have to worry about becoming a silk pants. However, there was one thing that made Jing Qiu feel helpless. Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qinyao did not really listen to her. Perhaps they felt that their mother was only a peak stage deity and they were also peak stage deities. Why should they listen to her? Even though they were their mother, they only listened to her on the surface. In their hearts, they still harbored some doubts. They did not dare to cultivate according to their mother's instructions, fearing that they would go astray. They worshipped Dongbua Shuiying even more, and they had absolute trust in Dongbua Shuiying's teachings. Dongbua Shuiying felt helpless about this. You two brats don't even know that your mother is actually a stage for world deity. Her realm is even higher than mine. Furthermore, Stage 4 world deities are already beginning to comprehend the various deity hearts of the laws of heaven and earth. Others could only beg for such guidance, but these two brats were not willing to listen to it. But she couldn't say it out loud, so Jingqiu could only swallow her grievances. Still, she was worried about her children, so she told Shuang many of her thoughts about her children's cultivation. In the underground hall of the supervisor envoy's residence, Dongbua Shuiying was seated cross-legged. A gigantic black formation appeared in front of him. The gigantic formation exuded a dark aura as countless profound mysteries fused together. Dark world. Dongbua Shuiying muttered softly. Flowers were blooming, plants were growing, the sun was shining, the wind was blowing, the gravel was flying, the river was rippling, the mountains were undulating. The world is colorful and all-encompassing. Everything can be accommodated. It's just that my current cultivation level is low, and my usage of the laws and profound mysteries is very ordinary. Compared to the black bug scripture and luminous sun, the difference is too great. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself. In recent years, he had been meticulously studying and absorbing some of the laws of profound mysteries from the array diagram, continuously perfecting his own secret technique. The more he improved, the greater the gap between them. He was filled with respect for the seniors who created the black bug scripture and luminous sun. Prison. Dongbua Shuiying thought. Hua hua hua. Countless white chains danced around him. They were incomparably gentle and rippled like water, permeating the entire hall. If it was said that when he was at the second heavenly layer, Dongbua Shuiying's world prison was still layered with all sorts of bindings and restraints, it was extremely hard to deal with. But now, this world prison was as gentle as water, and did not seem tyrannical at all. Only when one was truly trapped in this prison would one understand how terrifying it was. I'm improving. After Jingqiu's inner world broke through to the fourth heavenly layer, and she obtained a blood-refined deity weapon, she is also improving. Dongbua Shuiying mumbled to himself. Right now, she can only protect herself in front of my wife. Pitiful. Even now, he was still being suppressed by his wife, although she had already reached the third revolution of the third volume of the luminous sun 2 years ago, greatly increasing her strength. The blood-refined deity weapon she refined was a gigantic sword that could split into 9 thin swords. These 9 thin swords displayed some of the techniques from the remnant of the heart sword diagram and were extremely powerful. Clearly, the large amount of array diagrams from the black bug scripture was of great help to Jingqiu when she was comprehending the remnant of the heart sword diagram. Dongbua Shuiying was considered not bad among stage for world deities, but he could only protect himself. However, being able to protect himself meant that the two of them were very close in strength. In the starry sky, on a cold, desolate star, this star was completely condensed from ice, emitting an endless amount of cold air. The gravity here was extremely strong, and even ordinary transcendence would not be able to survive here. Hua, an old man with snow-white hair and a snow-white beard, dressed in a black robe, suddenly appeared out of thin air, appearing in the depths of this icy planet's Grand Canyon. He stretched out his hand, and a crystalline grain of sand appeared in his hand. With a thought, the crystalline grain of sand changed into ordinary ice particles. He threw it, and the grain of sand in his hand burrowed into the layer of ice beneath his feet, becoming inconspicuous. So, he took a step forward and immediately disappeared. He had already arrived at another void far away. Looking at the distant dark star, the snow-white, bearded, black-robed old man laughed coldly. I am Oshui, am about to lose my true deity heart and am preparing to reincarnate. Why would I be afraid of your threats? Humph, humph, humph. To be able to use this old life of mine, which is about to die, to fight for a future for my daughter, it is worth it. My daughter's husband is Dongbua Shueing. Humph, humph, humph. My daughter has already reached the stage for world deity realm. With my daughter's talent, although there is hope for her to become a powerful existence, it is still very difficult. However, with my help and her husband's help, she will definitely succeed. Monarch Emo Shue felt extremely carefree in his heart. Just a moment ago, another of his avatars had done something that made him feel delighted. Hong Long Long. Suddenly, a huge black array diagram began to appear in the surrounding vast void. The array diagram spanned more than 1 trillion miles, and each and every star was just as small in this huge array diagram. Under the cover of the terrifying array diagram, the surrounding space-time was completely sealed and even solidified. Even with Monarch Emo Shue's strength, he could only fly with difficulty. Emo Shue, you can't escape. Hong, 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 hong. Consecutively, 5 figures appeared in different directions of the huge black array diagram. 5 figures, each with a powerful aura. One of them was a huge black dragon with its head held high. There was also an old lady leaning on a wooden walking stick. The old lady's hair, however, extended for hundreds of millions of miles, turning into grayish-brown tree roots. Countless tree roots took root in the void. There was also a cold youth, apart from the 3 of them being powerful existences. Of the other 2, one was a charming red-robed woman, and the other was a rock giant whose entire body was burning with flames. These 2 were stage 4 world deities, but their power was not the least bit weaker than powerful existences. Emo Shue, your true deity heart is about to break apart, and you have no hope of transcending. Why must you fight with us for the true God weapon? The rock giant bellowed, flames rising from the surface of his body. Emo Shue, the huge black dragon, said, if you hand over the true God weapon, you still have a chance to reincarnate. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. I really don't know where you, Emo Shue, got the guts to actually dare to trick me. The cold youth's eyes were filled with anger. Emo Shue, if you turn back now and listen to me, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. The 5 terrifying experts surrounded him. Monarch Emo Shue laughed, threatening me. I, Emo Shue, have been unhindered in the deity world for over 10 billion years, and today my true deity heart is about to break apart. What do I still have to fear? If you continue to resist, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. The cold youth bellowed. Reincarnate? How many stage 4 world deities can succeed in reincarnating? Monarch Emo Shue sneered. Don't use this to threaten me. Supervisor Envoy Mansion, Underground Hall. Snow Eagle, Snow Eagle. Dongbua Shueing was currently cultivating when Jing Qiu's voice came from another secret room in the hall. Amen. Dongbua Shueing opened his eyes, and the door leading to another secret room opened. Jing Qiu immediately walked in. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Dongbua Shueing looked at his wife. Jing Qiu was anxious and uneasy. Snow Eagle, something happened to my father. Chapter 535. Don't be anxious. What happened to Monarch Emo Shue? Dongbua Shueing discovered that his wife's emotions were not quite right. As a stage 4 world deity, his wife rarely lost her composure. Jing Qiu tried her best to calm herself down before speaking with a trembling voice. It's like this. One of the bodies my father left behind to guard the empire was ambushed and killed. What? Dongbua Shueing was shocked. Monarch Emo Shue's avatar left behind to guard the empire? His strength is comparable to powerful existences, and he was left behind in his own territory, unable to even escape, yet he was killed? Amen. Jing Qiu nodded. A total of 5 people acted. 3 powerful existences and 2 extremely powerful stage for world deities. They are Emperor Prison Dragon, Withered Tree Old Mother, 9 Young Palace Head, Red Transient Empress, and Sovereign Zainua. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. Father-in-law provoked so many experts to join hands to deal with him, and even the Dark Abyss got involved. Of the 5, Red Transient Empress and Sovereign Zainua were both stage for world deities, and Sovereign Zainua was a lava giant from the Dark Abyss, extremely powerful. Although the deity world and the Dark Abyss rarely interacted, if a world deity dared to barge into the Dark Abyss, they would be surrounded and killed. However, most powerful existences would often move together and enter some ancient ruins together. If they reached the level of Bloodblade, even the Abyss ruler would be willing to befriend them, and Bloodblade's Bloodshed Tavern could be opened throughout the entire Dark Abyss. Emperor Prison Dragon and Withered Tree Old Mother are fine, but that 9 Young Palace Head is the personal disciple of the Temporal Island Lord. He has an absolute art and is extremely powerful, close to the 3 ancestors. Dongbua Shuiying said he actually disregarded his reputation and joined hands with the other 4 to deal with father-in-law. Jing Qiu nodded lightly. What about father-in-law's other avatar? Dongbua Shuiying asked. It's fine for now. Jing Qiu was slightly uneasy. Dongbua Shuiying heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Then why did the 5 of them attack father-in-law? Father knows that I have reached the stage 4 world deity realm, and that you have become a stage 2 world deity in a short 5,000 years, and have been accepted as a personal disciple by God Emperor. Jing Qiu said. Father immediately relaxed. Because his true deity heart was on the verge of collapsing, he decided to give it his all before he reincarnated. Let's go to the extremely dangerous ancient ruin, Lake Heart Island, to explore. Dongbua Shuiying nodded lightly. The ancient ruins had survived until now. There were also differences in the degree of danger. For example, the ruins discovered by Monarch Songyong could be considered to be one of the less dangerous ones. As for the ruins of Lake Heart Island, it had an illustrious reputation amongst powerful existences and stage for world deities. This was an extremely terrifying remnant. Even His Majesty God Emperor, Temporal Island Lord, and the others were unable to truly explore and understand it. Over the long years, stage 4 world deities and a few powerful existences had ventured forth wave after wave. Of course, everyone only sent their avatars forward. Even if he died in battle, he could at least cultivate it back. There were many special places in the Lake Heart Island ruins. For example, forming his own laws. The laws within the ruins of Lake Heart Island were very special. Even the operating laws of the God world were unable to affect them. My father was working together with 9 Young Palace Master and Emperor Prison Dragon. Jing Qiu said, later on, my father discovered a true God weapon and immediately fled with it, provoking the 9 Young Palace Head and the others to chase after him. Furthermore, the ruins of the Lake Heart Island are filled with danger. My father has now charged into a whirlpool and is currently trapped in the depths of the island. I was able to temporarily escape from the pursuit of the 9 Young Palace Head and the others. The 5 of them then joined forces to destroy one of my father's avatars. The Lake Heart Island historical remnant has its own system, and my father is trapped inside, unable to reincarnate. They are currently in the Lake Heart Island historical remnant, chasing after my father. Dongbua Shuiying nodded lightly. Lake Heart Island ruins, its internal laws were completely isolated from the outside world, be it the laws of the divine realm, the material world, or the dark abyss. None of them could affect it. Therefore, he couldn't even reincarnate in the Lake Heart Island ruins, because his soul was unable to leave the Lake Heart Island ruins. My father told me that even if he reincarnates, the possibility of him regaining his memories after becoming a god is very low. He had lived long enough. so he risked his life to obtain this true god weapon. Jing Qiu said softly, "My father told me where he hid the true god weapon. It is in the depths of the Lake Heart Island historical remnant. Although my father is still fleeing, he doesn't have the true god weapon on him. Even if the Nanyang Palace head and the others managed to catch up to my father, they wouldn't be able to obtain the true god weapon." Jing Qiu's voice was very soft, and her eyes were slightly red. Dongbua Shui sighed inwardly. This father-in-law was really going all out for his daughter. It was too easy for an expert to hide a true god weapon. Monarch Mo Shui could casually take out a few treasures that could isolate all probing. As long as the true god weapon's aura was isolated, it could isolate all probing. Within the enormous Lake Heart Island historical remnant, it was hidden somewhere. How could others discover it? True god weapon. No wonder the Nanyang Palace head and the others went crazy. Dongbua Shui sighed. Amen, Jing Qiu nodded. I advised my father, but he wasn't willing to lower his head. However, within the Lake Heart Island historical remnant, my father is basically unable to reincarnate. Although the chances of reincarnation are low, there is still hope. Didn't I succeed? My father said that using his life that is about to collapse to exchange for a true god weapon, it is worth it. But Dongbua Shui could completely understand Monarch Mo Shui's thoughts. True god weapon. What was a true god weapon? According to the cultivation realms, cultivators could be divided into transcendents, deities, world deities, and powerful existences. And powerful existences had another name called true god. Only those who had transcended from the river of time, truly eternal gods, had the qualifications to be called true god. They had already truly grasped their own fate, transcending above the laws of heaven and earth. They had even begun to weave their own laws. Just like world deity weapons to world deities, true god weapons were also very important to powerful existences, because in the deity world and abyss, there were countless world deities. Naturally, there were those who were proficient in refining weapons, and there were even powerful existences. Thus, refining a world deity weapon was an extremely easy matter. But refining a true god weapon was extremely difficult. Those ordinary powerful existences could not even refine a true god weapon. At most, they could refine an Eden treasure that contained the complete laws of heaven and earth. A Eden treasure did not need to be used for battle. It only needed to open up a world within. Thus, it was the simplest true god weapon. Usually, what powerful existences fought for were those true god weapons that were used for battle. Those true god weapons, every single one of them contained the complete laws of heaven and earth, and possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. But the difficulty in refining them was too great. Usually, only those at the level of Bloodblade and the Temporal Island Lord could barely refine them after spending a lot of effort. Thus, in the deity world, the number of true god weapons were very few. Among powerful existences, 8 or 9 out of 10 did not have a true god weapon, something that could make powerful existences go crazy. Your father is not willing to give it up. That is very normal. Dongbua Shui said, "This is a simple and unadorned godly sword. Father knows that I am researching sword techniques, so he is even more unwilling to give it up." Jing Qiu said with a pained heart, But to give up the chance to reincarnate just like that. Reincarnating was equivalent to a chance for a brand new life. Even though it was not guaranteed success, the moment one gave up, it would be a definite failure. He would really die. Father. Jing Qiu had a pained expression. Snow Eagle, if only I did not hide my identity and revealed it earlier, they would know that Dongbua Shuiying's wife is the daughter of Monarch Mo Shui. Wouldn't they have some restraining fear and not be so ruthless? Don't think so much. Dongbua Shuiying lightly hugged his wife. Even if you reveal your identity, those 5 would not care about me. Jing Qiu said, "Oh right, my father has hidden all his treasures on an icy star. Let us go and retrieve them first." All right. He instructed his subordinates, telling them to report to him if there was anything. Following which, Dongbua Shuai-ing brought Jing Qiu and left stealthily. They sat on the Starfield flying ship as they traveled. After leaving the territory of the Bloodshed God Palace, with the detailed star map provided by Monarch Mo Shui, the Starfield flying ship soon arrived at an icy star. After keeping the Starfield flying ship, Dongbua Shuai-ing and the masked silver-haired woman landed on the surface of the icy star. Jing Qiu had to conceal her identity when moving outside. Otherwise, if others were to find out that Dongbua Shuai-ing's wife was a stage 4 world deity, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. She might even be seen through by forefather Golden Firmament. That would be a huge problem. Naturally, it was best to avoid trouble as much as possible. It's just up ahead. Jing Qiu surveyed her surroundings, then brought Dongbua Shuai-ing forward. With a single step, she crossed thousands of kilometers. After just a few steps, they arrived at the deepest part of a gloomy canyon. Jing Qiu swept her gaze across, confirming the region. Chapter 536. Dongbua Shuai-ing watched from the side. He could guess that the treasure hidden by his father-in-law was definitely something that blocked all probing. Jing Qiu extended her fair right hand and pointed forward. The gigantic layer of ice on the ground of the canyon began to tear apart and float upwards. Following that, the gigantic layer of ice that floated upwards began to rapidly disappear. The might of a stage 4 world deity, even a trace of it, was enough to destroy this entire planet, not to mention the thousands of miles of ice floating in the air. The layer of ice turned into nothingness, leaving behind only a few ice crystal fragments. That's it. Jing Qiu waved her hand, and the ice crystal fragments landed on her palm. Let's go, Jing Qiu said. The two of them sat on the Starfield flying ship and returned. On the Starfield flying ship. This is Father's Eden treasure. Jing Qiu looked at the sand in her palm. Since Father sent his avatar to the Lake Heart Island, he naturally wouldn't bring the Eden treasure with him. Now that Father is in the Lake Heart Island, the ruins are filled with danger. 9 Yang Palace Head and the other 4 enemies, as well as other experts, will probably join in as well. Jing Qiu's eyes were filled with anxiety. Jing Qiu, why don't we go to the Lake Heart Island? Dongbua Shuai-ing said. Jing Qiu raised her head and looked at Dongbua Shuai-ing. Her eyes were filled with shock. Snow Eagle, go to the Lake Heart Island? But that place is too dangerous. There's no need for you to take such a risk just because of my father. She did have the intention to help her father, but she wasn't willing to let Dongbua Shuai-ing take such a risk. Your husband's original body is in the material world. What's there to be afraid of? At most, this body will just die in the Lake Heart Island. Dongbua Shuai-ing laughed. Moreover, I feel that I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I'm not very proficient in the Tao of space-time, so it's quite taxing for me to cultivate. More importantly, it's been a long time since I've experienced danger. I can feel my willpower and fighting spirit fading away. I need to experience danger. A blade gets sharper the more it is sharpened. Living too comfortably will only corrode our fighting spirit. Dongbua Shuai-ing said, You and I are both stage 4 world deities, so the danger level of ordinary ruins is slightly lower. The Lake Heart Island relic was fraught with danger. That was what made it interesting. Saving father-in-law is one aspect of this trip, and the other is to train ourselves. When Jing Qiu heard this, her heart was moved. If he wanted to temper himself, why did he need to go to the Lake Heart Island? That place was too dangerous. It had even surpassed the scope of training. Dongbua Shuai-ing looked at his wife and said, I've decided to explore the ruins of Lake Heart Island. Are you coming with me? Jing Qiu nodded. Let's go together. Before we go, we should make some preparations as well. Dongbua Shuai-ing revealed a smile. Yes, we have to be fully prepared. Jing Qiu was well aware of the level of danger. She did not even know if it was the right decision to bring the snow eagle along. However, it was clear that Dongbui Shueing had already made up his mind. Of course, Yu Jingqiu felt warm in her heart. It was a magnificent and continuous palace. Flower petals fluttered in the air. Within one of the halls, the white-robed beauty, 7th Meiyu, felt somewhat uneasy. 7th Meiyu had already become a world deity, but as a Stage 1 world deity, she could not participate in the matters of her father. Father, what should we do? Father is being chased. 7th Meiyu was anxious. Just a moment ago, her master, Monarch Mother Whirlpool, had issued an order. Disciple, your father, Monarch Amo Shue's true body, is being surrounded and killed. His clone hiding in the ruins of Lake Heart Island is also being chased. It's not good for me to interfere in his matters. From today onwards, you will stay here with me. Do not go out and cause trouble. Although the news of Monarch Amo Shue was rather secretive, it had already begun to spread amongst the stage for world deities and powerful existences. Even the furious Nine-Yang Palace head and withered tree Old Mother had hinted to the stage for world deities to occupy the Amo Shue Empire. In just a few days, the news began to spread. Your Highness, the empire is currently on the verge of collapse, and the surrounding empires are beginning to infiltrate our Amo Shue Empire. I'm afraid that the empire is finished. Your Highness, the Third Highness world deity clone self-detonated, and her palace has been occupied. Many world deities are beginning to betray the empire. Little sister, don't come back. Little sister, we're all fine, but the empire will definitely not be able to hold on. News came one after another, causing 7th Meiyu to feel anxious and uneasy. Monarch Amo Shue also sent a message, but only once. Little 7, you can stay at Monarch Mother Whirlpool's place without worry. The monarch is more than enough to protect you. You don't have to worry about my matters. Not worried? How could she not be worried? I want to see Master. 7th May, you wanted to beg her master. Junior apprentice sister, Master doesn't want to see you. She said that she won't interfere in this matter, the personal maid of Monarch Mother Whirlpool said. Of course, she wasn't willing to interfere. This matter implicated too many experts, especially the Nine-Yang Palace head. He was the beloved disciple of the Temporal Island Lord, and his strength was also very powerful. No matter how protective Monarch Mother Whirlpool was, it was impossible for her to fight against several powerful existences for a single disciple. Dongbui Shueing had also returned to the Supervisor Envoy's mansion and was preparing to head to the legendary Lake Heart Island historical remnant. What? Dongbui Shueing soon received news that the entire Amo Shue Empire was in a precarious situation and would most likely fall apart very soon. Snow Eagle, what should we do? Jingqiu asked. My father's clone is still trapped in the faraway Lake Heart Island historical remnant, and the surrounding empires have already begun to infiltrate. For them to dare to do so, I'm afraid there's a powerful existence behind them. Dongbui Shueing nodded. To a Stage 4 world deity, the size of their empire didn't make much of a difference. Moreover, Monarch Amo Shue hadn't truly died yet. How about this? I'll think of a way. Dongbui Shueing said. He then used his communication treasure to contact. Monarch Chen-Yi, it's me, Dongbui Shueing. Your Highness, Dongbui. How rare. I wonder if you're looking for me? I've also heard about Monarch Amo Shue's matter. During the Myriad Flower Feast, Monarch Amo Shue had once given me pointers in cultivation. I can't forget this kindness. Now that he's dead or alive, I'm powerless to do anything. However, I have to protect his Amo Shue Empire. Oh, so Monarch Amo Shue and your Highness still have this kind of kindness. Dongbui Shueing quickly started contacting them one by one. Previously, there were many Stage 4 world deities who came to visit him. Naturally, he had their contact details. He contacted more than 10 monarchs around the Mo Shui Empire, expressing that monarch Mo Shui had done a great kindness to him, Dongbua Shuiing, and that he had to protect his empire. Dongbua Shuiing even asked them to help spread his message, letting everyone know. Mo Shui Empire, the graceful and luxurious Fifth Highness, world deity He Shui, was currently standing in midair angrily, looking at a grandiose troop in the distance. The leader was a stage 3 world deity. You're also betraying my Mo Shui Empire? This beautiful world deity, He Shui, said angrily, General Qin, my father has treated you well. The monarch's true deity heart is already on the verge of collapsing, and he has also offended many almighties. Fifth Highness, I have no choice, the long-bearded world deity said indifferently. Fifth Highness, it's best if you don't resist. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you, there's nothing I can do. Good, very good. World deity, He Shui's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Her other avatar had already left long ago, but seeing the entire empire falling apart, seeing the huge empire that her father had managed being destroyed just like that, she also felt grief and indignation. Suddenly, the long-bearded world deity's expression changed. He frowned and waved his hand, retreat. The troops under his command were somewhat at a loss. World deity He Shui was also somewhat at a loss. On the same day, the surrounding empires that had begun to infiltrate the entire Mo Shui Empire quickly stopped, and Mo Shui Empire quickly regained its stability. This caused some of the loyal world deities of Mo Shui Empire and the daughters of the monarch to be somewhat stunned. However, very quickly they received news that the personal disciple of God Emperor, His Highness Dongbua Shuiing, had already sent a message. During the Myriad Flower Feast, he had received guidance from monarch Mo Shui in his cultivation, and he wanted to protect Mo Shui Empire. That was Dongbua Shuiing. To the stage 4 world deities, there was really no need to offend Dongbua Shuiing for Mo Shui Empire. Even withered tree old mother, prison dragon emperor, and Ninyang Palace head knew about it, but they did not do anything. After all, Dongbua Shuiing's potential was indeed terrifying. Once he became an almighty, he would most likely be at the level of the 3 ancestors. Moreover, Dongbua Shuiing only wanted to protect an empire. It was not like he was protecting monarch Mo Shui himself. Naturally, no one was willing to smear Dongbua Shuiing's face because of this. 7th Meiyu, who was under monarch Mother Whirlpool, also knew everything. Dongbua Shuiing publicly sent a message to protect Mo Shui Empire. 7th Meiyu was startled. The youth who had participated in the Myriad Flower Feast with her back then had already reached such a stage. Just by sending a message, everyone had already given him face. Because of father's guidance, 7th Meiyu's heart was filled with gratitude. However, she did not know that Dongbua Shuiing was actually her brother-in-law. Chapter 537. The Mo Shui Empire regained its tranquility. Shuiing, who was located in the distant bloodshed God Palace territory, was also paying close attention to the development of the situation. Once he found out that the surrounding empires had stopped their actions, he specially sent a message to express his gratitude. Those monarchs were all very polite, saying, "If we had known earlier about the relationship between monarch Mo Shui and your highness, we would not have acted." All of them were very polite. Dongbua Shuiing did not blame them for their actions. After all, the world of cultivators was cruel, and if they did not have a good relationship, who would help Mo Shui? In fact, under the deterrence of existences like the 9 young emperor and withered tree old mother, ordinary stage for world deities would not dare to act. That was because Shuiing was still young, and at the time when he was showing off his talent. When he acted, everyone would give him some face. But that was only a small matter. If it involved a true opportunity, such as transcending the river of time and gaining eternity, or a treasure like a true god weapon, then it did not matter whose face it was. Who? A Starfield flying ship left the calm sea prefecture's eastern region city and began its journey. On the deck of the flying ship, Dongbua Shui-ing and the masked Jing Qiu were currently looking at the colorful passageway around them. Snow Eagle, the Lake Heart Island ruins are said to have existed since the birth of the deity world. Jing Qiu said, "You and I have collected a lot of information, and my father has also given me a lot of information. But no matter how much information you read, it is still different from experiencing it yourself. Most people on the Lake Heart Island have the power to fight against powerful existences, and only then are they qualified to explore it. Peak stage for world deities like us will still find it very difficult to explore it. There are some stage 4 world deities who enter, but they are prepared to lose their avatars. Jing Qiu, don't underestimate yourself. Our combat power is still quite high." Dongbua Shui-ing grinned. He had cultivated the third boundary of the third volume of the Luminous Sun, greatly increasing his combat power. Furthermore, he had created 3 secret skills over the years. He was likely even stronger than Monarch Songyong. His wife's strength was on par with his. Strictly speaking, she could still suppress him in a fight. Perhaps when compared to eldest senior brother Huiming, both of them were slightly inferior. However, among the universe deities of the fourth heaven, he was still quite good. He was much stronger than those newly advanced universe deities of the fourth heaven. Our goal this time isn't to enter the Lake Heart Island ruins to search for treasures. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "If there are any dangerous places, we'll just try our best to hide. This time, our goal is to save your father and bring back the true God weapon." Jing Qiu nodded lightly. "If you feel that it's dangerous, then try to avoid it." If one's goal was to find treasures, the more special a place was, the more one would want to explore it. Only special places would contain treasures. The purpose of this couple was different from the majority of stage for world deities. The speed of the Starfield flying ship was extremely fast. Dongbua Shui-ing and his wife chatted for a while before the flying ship left the Bloodshed God Palace territory and reached the distant Myriad God Palace territory. The Lake Heart Island relic was located at the edge of the Pantheon Temple's territory. "We're here." The space-time tunnel opened up ahead, and the Starfield flying ship flew out from it. Dongbua Shui-ing and his wife looked ahead. The flying ship's surroundings had been concealed by them, and there were also treasures that could isolate them from detection. Other experts who were far away would not be able to discover the space-time undulations here. Lake Heart Island. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu looked ahead. In the distant starry sky, there was an incomparably huge silvery white sphere of water. According to the intelligence reports, this enormous silvery white sphere of water had a diameter of 1.89 trillion kilometers. Even though it was called Lake Heart Island, in reality this island was located at the very center of the entire sphere. It has existed since the birth of the deity world. Even my teacher and the others are unable to grasp it. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed. "I wonder where it came from. His Majesty, God Emperor, and the others should know about it. It's just that they won't tell us about it." Jing Qiu said, "Perhaps in the eyes of His Majesty, God Emperor, we are still too weak. Since they won't tell us, we'll go in and take a look ourselves." Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. So, after keeping the Starfield flying ship, the husband and wife immediately tore through the void at high speed. With every step they took, they easily traversed a great distance. Hua, hua, hua. At the outermost perimeter of the sphere, countless waves could be seen rolling about. "Enter." Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu exchanged a glance, then charged in without any hesitation. The surface of their bodies was surging with energy. The surface of Shui-ying's body was that of the purest and most unyielding luminous sun force, while the surface of his wife Jing Qiu's body was that of a flowing violet light. This was a world deity ranked secret technique she had cultivated after becoming a stage for world deity, the violet sunrise. Firstly, it was so that she could conceal her identity and could no longer use her previous world deity ranked secret techniques. Secondly, after becoming a stage 4 world deity, she would be able to comprehend more secret techniques by analogy. This was a secret technique Jingqiu had chosen within Crimson Rock Mountain to complement her own sword techniques. So cold! After entering the interior of the enormous island, Dongbu Shuiying could feel the surrounding water surging. The coldness began to seep in, causing Dongbu Shuiying to rely on his luminous sun force to isolate himself from the cold. This silvery white water was incomparably heavy. Every single drop of water was extremely heavy. It was much heavier than an ordinary star. Only stage 4 world deities who possessed the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth could fly within it with relative ease. The laws here are really strange. Jingqiu said, "Even I can't reach the critical God domain. My violet sunrise is being suppressed too much, and I can only extend it to a distance of 5 kilometers. Snow Eagle, what about you?" "Me. It's still spreading," Dongbu Shuiying said. His luminous sun force was indeed still spreading. Dongbu Shuiying was a stage 3 world deity. How could he fight against a stage 4 world deity? It was all because of his luminous sun force. Having reached the 3rd transition of the 3rd volume, his luminous sun force was already extremely ferocious. Every single strand of his luminous sun force was incomparably sharp, permeating through the water. However, it was constantly being weakened by the impact of the water. After permeating through a distance of 2 million kilometers, it was finally unable to proceed any further. 2 million kilometers. Dongbu Shuiying laughed. So far? Jingqiu was overjoyed. The water of the island wasn't turbid, but they could only see a little over 1,000 kilometers with their naked eyes. The scouting treasures we brought are temporarily useless. They can only see the surrounding 50,000 kilometers. Your luminous sun force is truly formidable. I wonder how powerful it would be if you could reach the 4th transition of the 3rd volume. At that time, my strength should be comparable to senior apprentice brother Huiming. Dongbu Shuiying said. However, I'm still bitterly comprehending the 4th transition. My true body is also comprehending it in Crimson Rock Mountain, but I'm still far from it. An absolute art is truly formidable. Jingqiu couldn't help but sigh. An absolute art that could allow a stage 3 world deity to possess the strength of a powerful existence. It was no wonder that even powerful existences coveted it. It was a pity that a truly complete absolute art was simply too rare. Almost all of them were in the hands of God Emperor, Temporal Island Lord, and the others. Oh, Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master also had an absolute art he could impart to them. The two of them were relatively relaxed as they traversed through the majestic water flow. Dongbu Shuiying's mind was constantly recalling the information he had read about the Lake Heart Island. The danger level of the vast water flow in the outermost region of the island was relatively low, but there were still several dangers that could easily kill powerful existences or even the 3 ancestors. Furthermore, the inner regions of the island were filled with terrifying dangers that even God Emperor and the others could only look on in awe. Who? The luminous sun force permeated the surrounding 2 million kilometers, probing for danger. Dongbu Shuiying and Jingqiu carefully flew forward. Amen. Dongbu Shuiying suddenly frowned. He could feel a majestic power that seemed to be able to suppress everything coming into contact with his luminous sun force. This power seemed to be very smooth, yet it was able to suppress his luminous sun force in an upright manner. Chapter 538. It's an undercurrent. Dongbu Shuiying's expression changed as he transmitted anxiously, "Jingqiu, there's an undercurrent coming." Jingqiu's expression changed as well. It was normal for some large lakes and oceans to have undercurrents. As for the huge, silvery white ball of water on the island, it was only natural for undercurrents to surge. However, its undercurrents were extremely powerful, and every single drop of water was extremely heavy. Under calm circumstances, flying within it was an extremely strenuous task. This undercurrent was much more terrifying. The impact of the undercurrent was too powerful. An ordinary stage for world deities would not be able to withstand it. Only some of the more powerful existences would dare to use their bodies to withstand the impact of the undercurrent. Even if they could withstand it with their bodies, they would still be swept away by the undercurrent and lose control of their bodies. As for the weaker ones, they would not be able to escape in time and would usually hide within their Starfield flying ship. The Starfield flying ship was an extremely sturdy world deity weapon. At the very least, it was much sturdier than the bodies of world deities and could withstand the impact. However, one would still be swept along with the undercurrent. If one's luck was good, one might even have a fortuitous encounter. However, the majority of the time it would be dangerous. Let's go. Dongbo Shui-ing brought his wife along. Borrowing the luminous sun force, he sensed the direction of the undercurrent and began to flee. Hong Long Long, the enormous undercurrent covered a distance of over 100 million kilometers, its speed reaching at least 100,000 kilometers per second. If they were in the void, Dongbo Shui-ing would not have cared. However, within the flow of the island, his and his wife's flying speed was extremely slow. They could only feel the undercurrent getting closer and closer to them. It covered a distance of over 100 million kilometers, making it extremely difficult to evade. Quick, quick, quick! Dongbo Shui-ing fled with all his might. If we can escape, we can only hide within the Starfield flying ship and try our luck. Dongbo Shui-ing felt bitter in his heart. He did not expect to meet with trouble before even reaching the core island. If he were to die in the water, that would be truly unbearable. However, there were indeed many Stage 4 world deities and powerful existences who died in the water. None of them were able to land on the island. Whoosh! Dongbo Shui-ing brought along his wife and flew with all his might. Everything in this place was being suppressed so much that he could not even use his world deity domain, much less travel through the void. The turbulent undercurrent was like a gigantic monster, crushing everything in its way. The distance between them and Dongbo Shui-ing was getting shorter and shorter. 1 million miles, 900,000 miles, 800,000 miles. Snow Eagle, I didn't think we'd run into such trouble as soon as we entered. Jingqiu transmitted. There are meteors. Dongbo Shui-ing was overjoyed. Lake Heart Island. There were hundreds of millions of meteorites orbiting around the central island. These meteorites were all inside the water current. Of course, these weren't ordinary meteorites from the starry skies. The hardness of these meteorites was beyond imagination. Even now, there was no way to destroy them. Hundreds of millions of meteorites formed an extremely mysterious array formation, protecting the island in the center of the lake. The meteorite at the center of the lake was the safest place for cultivators who needed to pass through the water. Quick, 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 it's on the left. Dongbo Shui-ing and his wife rushed in that direction with all their might. Fortunately, the direction of the undercurrent wasn't in the same direction as the meteorites. Dongbo Shui-ing and the rest were flying with all their might. I see it. The two of them saw a gigantic meteorite. The meteorite at the center of the lake was only 5,000 miles in diameter. It was still relatively small, with hundreds of millions of meteorites the same size. The meteorite itself was pitch black, and there were many huge ravine-veined patterns on its surface. These ravine patterns seemed like a mysterious and ancient array formation. However, it was only a small part of the array formed by hundreds of millions of meteorites. Dongbo Shui-ing couldn't understand these arrays at all. The ravine patterns were like a canyon. Dongbo Shui-ing and his wife charged towards one of the closest ravine patterns on the surface of the meteorite. The ravine patterns were at least 5 kilometers deep. Just as the two of them entered the ravine and heaved a sigh of relief, they felt a majestic might sweeping towards them. Hong long, 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 the huge undercurrent swept over. The current was much faster and more ferocious, crushing everything in its path as it ruthlessly swept against the meteorite. However, the meteorite was indestructible, and it completely ignored the undercurrent. As the undercurrent swept across the surface of the meteorite, although there were some shock waves within the ravine patterns, they were much weaker. Hoo! Dong was swaying, and his wife grabbed onto the cliff beside them. When some of the weaker shock waves swept across the canyon, the shock waves caused Dong swaying and his wife to lose their balance. But very quickly the shock waves receded. Good fella. Dong swaying and his wife heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we were close to a meteorite at the center of the lake. Dong swaying sighed. Otherwise, if we were swept along by the undercurrent, we would have no choice but to move forward. Although there aren't many dangers in the undercurrent, we would still be dragged forward by it. As long as we move forward, we wouldn't be able to escape from it. As time passes, we might still meet with danger and lose our lives. Snow Eagle, look. Jing Qiu pointed downwards. Amen? Dong Shuang looked over as well. This canyon was over 5 kilometers deep and over 1,000 kilometers long. In the depths of the canyon, one could faintly see a mansion. Mansion? Dong Shuang was shocked. This was definitely a mansion. The mansion of a cultivator. Snow Eagle, let's go take a look. Jing Qiu said. All right. I wonder if it's a mansion built recently or a mansion built a long time ago. Dong Shuang transmitted over as he flew over with his wife. At the same time, his luminous sun force spread out rapidly, enveloping the entire region. There are over 100 million meteorites at the center of the lake. Moreover, they're scattered across the vast undercurrent. It's already a coincidence that they were able to land on this particular meteorite. It's unlikely that they were cultivators from the same era. Jing Qiu said, unless they're powerful existences with eternal life. Soon, Shuang and his wife arrived at the main entrance of the mansion. The mansion was not considered big, but it was built quite stably. The mansion door was already half open. Most likely, it had been opened by the shock waves from the undercurrents that had been surging over the years. It's probably been a long time since a cultivator has been here. Jing Qiu deduced after taking a look. It's already somewhat dilapidated. Dong Shuang walked in. With a glance, he could see that some parts of the mansion were already damaged. The courtyard of the mansion wasn't big. Soon they entered the hall. The hall was maintained by arrays that isolated the undercurrent. It was completely empty inside. How desolate, Dong Shuang said. At the same time, they walked through the back door of the hall. There was also a winding corridor inside. Soon they arrived at another hall. This hall was clearly more private. From the decorations, it should be a place for ordinary cultivation. Quick, look at the wall. Jing Qiu, who was walking in front, shouted. Dong Shuang walked over. There were indeed some words on the wall of the hall. Furthermore, there were 3 types of words written in different shades. It seemed like they were left behind by 3 different people. The leftmost one wrote, I, Jinyu, was trapped in the 4th stage of the heavenly stage. I built a mansion here to cultivate bitterly. I also sent my avatar into the ruins of the lake to search for opportunities, Jing Qiu said as she read, Snow Eagle, I've never heard of this stage for world deity Jinyu. I've never heard of him either. Dong Shuang said. Then he probably didn't become a powerful existence. Jing Qiu shook her head. Dong Shuang said, it's not easy to become a powerful existence. Although there were only so many stage 4 world deities in the deity world at the moment. There were far too many stage 4 world deities since the birth of the deity world until now. Almost all of them were stuck at the final step, unable to transcend. The first owner of this mansion was also someone who failed to transcend. If he had transcended, even if he had died as a powerful existence, his fame would have spread far and wide. Dongbu Shuiying and the others would definitely know of him. Chapter 539. After reading the words left behind by the leftmost world deity Jinyu, he did not gain anything. Shuiying looked at the words written in the middle. I, Chun Yutian, am also trapped in the stage 4 world deity realm, just like Brother Jinyu. The Lake Heart Island historical remains is one of the best historical remains in the entire deity world. There must be an opportunity that can help me break through. Reading this, Dongbu Shuiying looked at Jingqiu, who replied softly, I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it either, and I'm afraid that it has failed. Dongbu Shuiying said, before continuing to look at the words, I have yet to take that final step in my cultivation, but my true deity heart is already unstable and is on the brink of collapse. I have no regrets in my life, and at least I have lived a glorious life for 10 billion years, and my heart is already satisfied. I have stayed in this mansion for a long time and have discovered a secret. I guess that this secret is only known by a small number of powerful existences in the deity world, but none of them spread it. Since I do not have long to live, I will record this secret here and leave it for the fated one. The secret is that there are hundreds of millions of meteorites floating around the Lake Heart Island, and all of them are indestructible. Even His Majesty God Emperor and the others cannot do anything to them. The reason why these meteorites are so tough is because they're made up of Calamity Stone essence. Dongbu Shuiying was speechless. Calamity Stone essence? This was a rare material that was not inferior to demon bone ash. It was said that Calamity Stone essence could only be born in places that had experienced great calamities. Usually it would be in the form of powder, and each time it was born, it would be extremely rare. However, Calamity Stone essence could be said to be indestructible and was an excellent material to be mixed into equipment. The price of 500 grams of Calamity Stone essence was around 60 million deity crystals. It was something that could only be found by chance. These meteorites are all made up of Calamity Stone essence. This Lake Heart Island is made up of hundreds of millions of these meteorites, and they form a huge formation. Dongbu Shuiying could not believe it. Dongbu Shuiying continued to read the description. Although it's indestructible, as the saying goes, dripping water can pierce through stone. The mighty currents around the island had been crashing down for countless years, and the undercurrents kept crashing down. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 100 million years, a billion years, a billion years, 10 billion years. Even the sturdiest material would be damaged. The outermost layer of the meteorite on the island would have some cracks after a long time of crashing. As more and more cracks accumulated, the surface would break and fall off. Any random piece that fell off would probably weigh 3 to 5 caddies, or even 10 to 20 caddies. This is a huge treasure. Moreover, according to my judgment, this meteorite on the island wasn't formed naturally. Instead, the creator of the Lake Heart Island used an unimaginable method to lay down a terrifying array formation. This array formation was formed by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, completely creating the Calamity Stone essence out of thin air. This method is simply unimaginable. The meteorite on the Lake Heart Island will forever be nurtured by the energy of heaven and earth. Even if it suffers some damage, it will still grow back. It's precisely because of the existence of the formation. Even since the birth of the God Realm, the ruins of the Lake Heart Island are still intact. After reading these descriptions, Dongbu Shuiying was also shocked. A Calamity Stone spirit could be born from a formation? Moreover, there were more than 100 million meteorites that were tens of thousands of kilometers long. We'll have to take a look later. Jingqiu said as she looked at the last words left behind. She was startled and said, Snow Eagle, look, this is Emperor Heaven Cloud. Dongbu Shuiying also looked over. Emperor Heaven Cloud was also a stage for world deity. However, he was much more famous. He was originally a transcendent with a grade 1 true meaning from the material world. In the beginning, he was taken in as a personal disciple by an ordinary almighty being. However, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a mysterious ultimate art. He relied on it to slaughter and battle to dominate the world. He was chosen by the myriad god palace master, who personally appeared and allowed Emperor Heavencloud to take him as his master for the second time. He received careful guidance. Following that, Emperor Heavencloud soared to the sky. With two absolute arts complementing each other, his combat power was extremely high. Having a battle record of killing a powerful existence while being a stage for world deity was simply inconceivable. Even though he was someone from 200 billion years ago, he was still extremely famous. Both Dongbua Xueying and Jing Qiu knew of him. However, Emperor Heavencloud seemed to have spent his entire life fighting and killing. He had a beloved woman who was also a stage for world deity. However, she died at the hands of one of the three ancestors of the bloodshed god palace, the overlord of destruction. Emperor Heavencloud was filled with hatred. Because he was also a lord of a material world, he was fearless and fought with the overlord of destruction. The battle was extremely bitter. His avatars died many times. However, each time they were reborn from the material world and killed their way out. He killed too many, and his combat power grew stronger and stronger. When he was a stage 4 world deity, his combat power was already close to that of the three ancestors. Of course, he was not comparable to them. In history, there was only one stage for world deity who could reach the combat power of the three ancestors, the Bamboo Mountain Prefecture Master. The battle between Emperor Heavencloud and the Overlord of Destruction was too fierce. Blood Blade came forward to mediate, but it was useless. Emperor Heavencloud did not give face to anyone, and the myriad god palace master also defended his disciple. During that period of time, he had a huge impact on the entire deity world. Many powerful existences were afraid of him and were not willing to fight with this madman. However, he failed to break through to become a powerful existence, and from then on, there was no news of him. Who would have thought that a stage 4 world deity who battled heaven and earth, and even fought with the overlord of destruction for so long, would stay here for so long? Dongbua Xueying looked at the words on the wall. I Heavencloud. I abhor evil. If I could not stand it, I would fight and kill. I was originally very happy. Later on, I met the love of my life, Qiulan. However, an old thief destroyed everything. I swore that I would kill an old thief, even if he was the master of God Emperor. Ha ha ha. An old thief was afraid and actually begged his disciple, God Emperor, so that God Emperor would give him a karma spark to plot against me. Since then, the endless karma has been transferred to me. But so what if the karma is huge? I believe that my Tao heart can break through all obstacles. I concentrated on cultivating in this meteorite mansion and spied on the core of the formation inside this meteorite. With the help of the meteorite's formation core, I could feel the vast formation of the entire island. I have comprehended a lot from it for many years. I believe that when my realm is high enough, when my Tao heart is strong enough, I will eventually break through the shackles of karma and become a powerful existence. With this message, I vowed to fight to the death. Now, although my true deity heart is on the verge of collapse, the closer I am to the final moment, the more I feel that it is time to break free. If I do not succeed, I will die. I must succeed. I will definitely succeed. I have also built a pavilion at the core of the formation inside the meteorite. Juniors should be able to find it. After finishing the words, Dongbua Xueying and Yu Jingqiu looked at each other. I really did not expect that one of the three ancestors, the master of His Majesty God Emperor, the Overlord of Destruction, would use the legendary karma spark to plot against Emperor Heavenly Cloud. Yu Jingqiu sighed. With such an identity, no one would dare to wait for Emperor heavenly cloud to become a powerful existence. Instead, it is a plot. However, such news has never been spread in the divine world. Dongbua Shui-ing could feel the domineering aura of the words. He could feel that the dazzling figure from 200 billion years ago could still have such a firm Tao heart even when his true deity heart was about to collapse. It was a pity that he was destroyed. Otherwise, he would have a bright future if he became a powerful existence. The overlord of destruction is my master's master after all. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Emperor Heavenly Cloud was dazzling when he was alive, but he disappeared after his death. The reason why this news has not been spread is probably because my master and the myriad God Palace master had some kind of negotiation. Sigh, what a pity. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at it and shook his head. Logically speaking, the overlord of destruction was on his side, but he couldn't help but lean towards Emperor Heavenly Cloud's side. Although Emperor Heavenly Cloud's Tao heart was unshakable, and he had to fight until the last moment, Dongbua Shui-ing and the others knew very well that Emperor Heavenly Cloud had failed in the end. Chapter 540. Shui-ing and his wife finished looking through the entire mansion. They did not discover anything else, so they left the mansion. Hua! Standing at the entrance of the residence, at the bottom of the canyon, Dongbua Shui-ing's body suddenly emitted a large amount of light. This was his luminous sun force. A large amount of luminous sun force spread out, rapidly enveloping the entire meteorite that had a diameter of 10,000 miles. How is it? Jingqiu asked. There are many cracks on the surface of the meteorite, but most of them are inconspicuous. There are a total of 8 spots which are more conspicuous. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. Let's go. Let's see if we can peel off the Calamity Stone essence from these 8 spots. They took a step forward. The speed of the husband and wife was extremely fast. In just a few steps, they arrived at a spot on the surface of the meteorite. There, the surface of the meteorite seemed to have been completely cracked, leaving only traces of it behind. This is the spot with the largest crack. It has almost completely fallen off. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. It has been a long time since a cultivator has come to this meteorite. That's why we discovered it. Let me try first, Jingqiu said. She stretched out her hand and pointed. Xiu! Rays of sword light shot out one after another. They were precisely Jingqiu's blood-refined deity weapon. These thin swords brought with them a terrifying might as they struck the crucial spots on the surface of the meteorite. At the level of Dongbua Shui-ing and Jingqiu, their control over their strength had reached an extremely high level. A miraculous object, like the Calamity Stone essence, was surrounded by water. If one were to use pure brute force, one would only be able to unleash a tenth of one's full strength. Only by matching one's realm with one's strength would one be able to unleash such a miraculous effect. Dang, 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 the sounds of collisions rang out. This piece of meteorite had clearly fallen off, with only a few traces remaining. Yet it was still trembling without stopping. Dongbua Shui-ing and the others weren't trying to destroy the Calamity Stone essence. They were merely trying to take advantage of the cracks. Despite being a stage 4 world deity, Jingqiu's blood-refined deity weapon was still unable to break it apart. I don't believe it. Let me try again. Jingqiu willed the 9 swords to form a sword array in the air. Haha, take it slow. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled as he watched from the side. His wife was quite competitive. Boom! The 9 thin swords suddenly burst out and turned into a dazzling sword light. The sword light flashed, leaving behind an arc trajectory, and suddenly hit the stone. The stone shook again, and finally the threads connecting it to the bottom completely fell off. Success! Dongbua Shui-ing praised. Jingqiu extended her hand, and the Calamity Stone essence fell into her palm. She felt it for a moment, then threw it to Dongbua Shui-ing. You keep it. I'll keep it? Dongbua Shui-ing was surprised. This is my biggest spoil of war. I'll give it to you as a gift. Jingqiu smiled. Dongbua Shui-ing took the Calamity Stone essence and felt it for a moment. He nodded. It's about 6 kilograms. This is indeed your biggest spoil of war. Just this stone alone was worth 7 to 800 million deity crystals. It was comparable to the wealth of a relatively young stage for world deity. Of course, some of the more powerful stage 3 world deities who had cultivated for a long time would be able to save up this much. Even a greedy person like the venomous Ing world deity would not be so greedy. Let's go. Let's go to the next one. Jing Qiu was relatively happy. The feeling of obtaining a treasure without restraint was truly refreshing. The two of them worked together, yet they were only able to peel off 2 stones. The second one had to be done by the combined efforts of Dongbua Shui-ing and his wife. The remaining 6 places had obvious cracks, but they were unable to do so no matter what they did. Even so, these 2 stones weighed more than 10 kilograms. The ruins of Lake Heart Island are indeed different. We haven't even landed on the island, yet we've already obtained such a precious treasure, Jing Qiu said. We're also lucky that a senior left behind a residence on this meteorite to inform us of this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to discover this secret, Dongbua Shui-ing said. As for this secret, very few people knew about it. After all, there were very few who dared to enter the ruins of Lake Heart Island. Coincidentally, it was even more difficult to land on the meteorite. After all, the silvery white ball of water on the island had a diameter of more than 8 trillion kilometers. Even 100 million meteorites would be inconspicuous within it. Regarding this, Dongbua Shui-ing had never thought of publicizing it. He was not that foolish. Everything in the world had its own rules. If one wanted to obtain something, they had to pay the corresponding price. Who? The two walked on the surface of the meteorite, crossing many large canyons. In the depths, Dongbua Shui-ing's luminous sun force spread out, allowing him to discover the pavilion left behind by Emperor Heaven Cloud and his corpse. In the depths of one of the canyons, there was a huge circular gap in the array diagram. Let's go in. Dongbua Shui-ing and his wife immediately turned into a stream of light and entered the gap. They followed the huge gap of the array diagram and dived for more than 3,000 kilometers before entering a huge hole. This huge hole was at least 1,000 kilometers wide. In the center of the hole, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. He was looking up at a light ball floating in front of him. The light ball was composed of silver and red. It was incomparably gorgeous and formed an incomparably mysterious light ball array diagram. This light ball array diagram had more than 100 million nodes, and countless nodes were constantly rotating. Emperor Heaven Cloud. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu walked over. The person sitting cross-legged was Emperor Heaven Cloud. It was just his corpse. Emperor Heaven Cloud was a very majestic and tall man. Even after his death, his majestic body exuded an endless domineering aura. His will had already merged with his body. Even though he had died for more than 200 billion years, this terrifying will still did not dissipate. This kind of will made Dongbua Shui-ing and the others secretly change their expressions. When Dongbua Shui-ing approached and saw Emperor Heaven Cloud's face, he couldn't help but be stunned. How could he, even when he died, he did not close his eyes and did not lower his head. Dongbua Shui-ing couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Emperor Heaven Cloud, who was sitting cross-legged, raised his head and looked at the array diagram in front of him. His eyebrows were very thick, and his eyes were full of spirit and a terrifying desire. One must know that when he died, his true deity heart had already collapsed. Even when his true deity heart collapsed, he still stared at the array diagram and was still fighting for the last glimmer of hope. Even when he died, he did not give up. Dongbua Shui-ing silently looked at him, a peerless genius. Even when his true deity heart collapsed, he still stared at the array diagram with his head held high. He did not even close his eyes. The strong desire in his eyes could be clearly felt. Such willpower, such a Tao heart. Dongbua Shui-ing silently said. After dying for 200 billion years, his willpower still existed in this space. This was the first person that Dongbua Shui-ing had seen in his life. He had seen many stage 4 world gods, but none of them could shock him like this. He had seen Big Senior Brother Huiming, Chihua Laozu, and many other great existences, but he had to admit that the willpower of those great existences was not as strong as this. Only the Abyss Master, His Majesty God Emperor, and the 3 ancestors at the Myriad Flower Feast were people that he could not see through, but normal great existences. Dongbua Shui-ing felt that their willpower and Tao heart were definitely not as good as this person in front of him. After all, he was the one who beat up the Lord of Destruction until he was afraid of him. He even went to beg God Emperor for treasures and plotted against Emperor Heavencloud. Willpower, willpower, Dongbua Shui-ing silently said. He also sat cross-legged on the side and closed his eyes. Snow Eagle. Jingqiu was also shocked by the terrifying willpower released by Emperor Heavencloud's corpse, but she suddenly found her husband sitting cross-legged and closed his eyes in cultivation. She could not help but be puzzled, but she did not dare to disturb him. Dongbua Shui-ing sat with his eyes closed. He finally understood. Ever since he became a disciple of his master, God Emperor, he had been dazzling, but this time he took the initiative to bring his wife to the Lake Heart Island ruins. It was because he felt that living a comfortable life was eroding his willpower. Previously, he only had this feeling. But now that he saw Emperor Heavencloud's corpse, he died with his head held high and his eyes wide open. Dongbua Shui-ing was touched. He understood the gap between him and Emperor Heavencloud. Tao heart. That resolute willpower. Ever since I was young, for my brother, for my parents, for Xia people, for my wife, I have moved forward without looking back, even becoming a grade 1 true meaning transcendent. But what happened after that? After becoming a disciple of my master, although my cultivation speed was fast, it was also because of the extremity path, chaotic whole path, and world path. These were the 3 paths I liked when I was a transcendent. Naturally, it was done in one go, but in reality, my desire to pursue the Tao is not that strong anymore. Now, I lack the sharpness of a blade. I lack such a strong Tao heart. Compared to Emperor Heavencloud, I am still far behind. Chapter 541. Jingqiu watched from the side. Dongbua Shui-ing sat cross-legged for half an hour, and then he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was much sharper than before. Snow Eagle, what's wrong? Jingqiu asked. Dongbua Shui-ing got up and looked at Imperial Emperor Heavenly Cloud's corpse, who was staring at the array diagram even after his death, and said, "The heart is like a mirror. Cultivating the heart is to make this mirror more clear, and you need to clean it often to remind yourself. Otherwise, if it falls on the ground, it will gradually become dark." Imperial Emperor Heavenly Cloud's Tao heart is so strong, and it made me understand that my Tao heart is not strong enough. Understanding is one thing, but cultivating the heart must rely on one step at a time to prove my Tao heart. Dongbua Shui-ing said. Jingqiu felt the sharpness in Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Her Tao heart was also very firm, but it was not like Dongbua Shui-ing and Imperial Emperor Heavenly Cloud's sharpness and domineeringness. My will is not as strong as him now, but it is not necessarily the case in the future. After all, he has experienced the tempering of 10 billion years. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled, and then walked forward to the pavilion, and carefully looked at the light ball floating in the air. The light ball was formed by 2 colors, white and red, and the countless light rays of the 2 colors formed a spherical array diagram, and the countless intersecting nodes were changing. Dongbua Shui-ing carefully looked around and said, "Jingqiu, this array diagram appeared. It should be activated by Imperial Emperor Heavenly Cloud's array." "Yes," Jingqiu said. "I also looked at it for a while, and it is unfathomable." And Dongbua Shui-ing also carefully looked at the array diagram. Buzz, as soon as his consciousness seeped into it. He felt himself rapidly shrinking, becoming a tiny dot within the huge formation. He looked around and saw stars spinning in the distance. Over 100 million stars were constantly changing. Although each star seemed to be moving very slowly, there was a special sense of beauty to it. Hundreds of millions of stars moved in different directions, creating a sense of vastness. He felt as though he was facing the entire material world, as though there were countless mortal worlds revolving within the material world. In fact, this array felt even more domineering than the physical world. It was a domineering frontal suppression. It was as if no one could shake this formation. The vast laws of the material realm felt that if it was an ordinary person, then this formation would be like a soldier wearing armor and wielding a weapon. Dong Bushue-ing looked at the revolving stars, and suddenly his heart thumped. He could vaguely sense a terrifying destructive intent. Even the destructive aura he sensed from his master's blood blade couldn't compare to this formation. The hundreds of millions of slowly moving stars contained an incomparably terrifying, killing intent, and it was brewing. Once it erupted, the heavens and earth would shatter. One of Dongbua Shuiying's 3 great secret skills was none other than the secret skill destruction. At this moment, he could not help but be immersed in it. As he was immersed in it, he lost track of time. Days passed one after another. Jing Qiu was also immersed in the diagram, occasionally waking up. As a stage 4 world deity, she was able to see much more of the array, and she was also shocked. No wonder Emperor Heavencloud chose to comprehend this diagram before his death, and it was his final struggle. The more I look at this formation, the more I feel that it is inconceivable. More than a month had passed since the two of them started looking at it. Snow Eagle, Snow Eagle. A voice that seemed to be very far away could be heard. Pang! Dongbua Shuiying suddenly woke up, and only then did he feel an intense pain in his body. Jing Qiu, who was beside him, retracted her palm and asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Dongbua Shuiying clutched his head. He felt a splitting headache, and there was even blood flowing out of his nose. Not only was his avatar in pain, even his main body in the Xia people's world, Crimson Rock Mountain, had a nosebleed. But at the same time, the artifact spirit of Crimson Rock Mountain had awakened Dongbua Shuiying. I discovered the great destruction aspect of this formation, and I have been trying to comprehend it. The more I comprehend, the more I feel. Unknowingly, my true deity heart was injured by the terrifying killing intent of the formation, and the injury is reflected on my body. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. It's not just this avatar. Even my main body in the Xia people's world was injured. This killing intent is too terrifying, and I was injured by it just by comprehending it. Jing Qiu was also shocked. Injuring the deity heart and body? Even the main body in the material world was injured. Powerful existences can kill enemies far away with a thought, and they rely on karma. But this formation didn't intentionally cause any karmic attacks, and yet it was still able to injure your main body. It's not karma. It's just that both my avatar and main body were trying to comprehend the formation, and they were both injured. The formation is too powerful, and I feel that it's not any weaker than the laws of the material world. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. I can't comprehend it anymore. My comprehension of the formation's destruction aspect has reached my limit. If I continue to comprehend it, it will only take my life. I'm fine. Jing Qiu said, maybe I'm not comprehending the destruction aspect. I'm going to leave a world's deity avatar here to comprehend it. All right, I don't need to comprehend it anymore. Let's get ready to go to the lake island, Dongbua Shuiying said. Then Dongbua Shuiying looked at the corpse of Imperial Emperor Heavenly Cloud, who was sitting cross-legged next to him. With a wave of his hand, countless soil and stones appeared next to him. An invisible force wrapped around Imperial Emperor Heavenly Cloud's corpse and moved it to the side. Countless soil and stones covered the corpse, forming a graveyard. Imperial Emperor Heavenly Cloud, rest in peace. Dongbua Shui-ing said softly. Dongbua Shui-ing left the meteorite with his wife. He used his luminous sun force to explore the endless stream of water and began to fly forward at high speed. This huge silver stream of water was more than 18 trillion kilometers in diameter. It was too huge. They couldn't travel through space in this stream of water, so they could only fly continuously. Along the way, the husband and wife experienced many hardships. They had encountered purple swordfish and other special creatures in the stream of water. These creatures had existed since the birth of the lake island, and they were chased crazily. They even deliberately created a deity avatar to confuse the enemy. They also encountered undercurrents many times. Later on, they became more and more experienced. They could judge the undercurrent's approach by the speed of the flow of water. They could even judge the approach of some terrifying creatures. It took a total of 11 years. That's right. The huge silver water ball flew in from the surface of the island. After passing through the endless stream of water, Dongbua Shui-ing and the others spent more than 11 years before they finally began to approach the core of the island. Boom! They passed through an invisible barrier. The water flow was isolated. The black-robed youth and the silver-haired, white-robed woman looked at the huge island in shock. The island was isolated from the water flow, and the entire island was silver-white in color. It was covered in countless layers of frost, and the cold air caused Dongbua Shui-ing and his wife to shiver uncontrollably. The lake island was naturally far smaller than the silver water ball. However, according to the intelligence reports, it was still more than 1 trillion kilometers wide. Jingqiu, it really wasn't easy. We finally arrived at this lake island. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. On the way through the water layer, I thought I was going to lose my life time and time again. Jingqiu nodded as well. This journey had been too difficult. We've come at the right time. Right now, the entire lake island is covered in frost. It's much safer here. Jingqiu said, we have to hurry and find my father. We have to find that true God weapon. Right? We can't take the path that my father and the others usually take. Withered, tree-old mother, 9-yang palace head, and the others are watching us. We have to avoid them as much as possible. You decide, Dongbua Shui-ing said. I hope that we can save my father before the lake island turns hot. Jingqiu said. The temperature of the lake island was constantly changing. It would gradually become extremely cold, and when it reached an extreme, it would slowly turn hot and eventually reach extreme heat. Extreme cold and extreme heat were two extremes. Those cultivators who came to enter the Lake Heart Island, even powerful existences, weren't willing to enter under the extreme heat, because at that time the danger level of the lake island would rapidly increase. Chapter 542. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jingqiu were currently flying at high speed above the ice-cold Lake Heart Island. Due to the size of the island, there were many caves as well. The region my father entered is rather far from here, Jingqiu said. We'll enter from here and gradually approach my father. All right. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. Suddenly, he frowned as he looked into the distance. 2 streaks of light were flying over. Ha ha ha. Isn't that your highness, Dongbua? 2 figures streaked across the sky and descended. They were 2 stage 4 world deities with vast auras. One was a plump man dressed in purple robes with 2 feelers growing out of his head. The other was an ordinary human world deity, but he carried a large black ruler on his back and wore a black robe. He had the appearance of a cold, middle-aged man. The 2 took the initiative to walk over. The purple-robed fatty said, Your Highness Dongbua, I visited you a few days ago. Do you still remember me? Monarch Armadillo Jade? Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. I didn't think we'd meet on Lake Heart Island. Lake Heart Island is so big. Fu Qiong and I discovered your highness from afar, So we rushed over immediately, the plump monarch Armadillo Jade said. The cold, middle-aged man, King Fu-cheong, cupped his hands in greeting. Your Highness, King Fu-cheong, I've long heard of your fame, Dongbua Shui-ing said politely. And this is... Monarch Armadillo Jade looked at the masked silver-haired woman. She was emitting the aura of a stage for world deity. There were only so many stage for world deities in the entire deity world and dark abyss. This is a good friend of mine, Empress Nine Swords, Dongbua Shui-ing said. Jingqiu glanced at Dongbua Shui-ing. Greetings, Nine Swords, the two said in unison. They were puzzled as to where this Empress Nine Swords had come from. Your Highness, just the two of you are preparing to enter Lake Heart Island. Armadillo Jade asked. Yes, walking the line between life and death can sharpen one's Dao heart. Dongbua Shui-ing said, If your Highness doesn't mind, shall the two of us accompany you? Armadillo Jade and King Fu-cheong were clearly prepared for this. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jingqiu looked at each other. This time, they were going to enter from a relatively unfamiliar cave. The dangers were unpredictable, and the two of them were indeed too weak. Monarch Armadillo Jade and King Fu-cheong were much more experienced than the two of them, especially Monarch Armadillo Jade, whose strength was extremely profound. He was probably on par with eldest senior Brother Huiming. He was indeed a good helper. Ha ha ha! Brother Armadillo Jade is willing to join us. We couldn't be happier. Dongbua Shui-ing said. However, we are preparing to enter from the cave in front. I wonder if the two of you will be entering together? It's just up ahead? Armadillo Jade and King Fu-cheong stared at the nearby cave in astonishment. King Fu-cheong furrowed his brows and said, Your Highness Dongbo, there aren't many great existences that enter this cave. It's better for us to enter a cave we are more familiar with. That way, we will have a greater chance of success. But it's harder to find opportunities in a cave we are too familiar with. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. I've decided to enter from here. If the two of you aren't willing, we'll have to split up. This King Fu-cheong and Monarch Armadillo Jade looked at each other. They soon came to a decision. The two of them had taken the initiative to join because they wanted to form a friendship with Dongbua Shui-ing. After all, it was easy to form a friendship after experiencing a life and death situation together. Fu-cheong, why don't you accompany this Highness Dongbo? Even if it means risking your life, it's still possible for you to form a good relationship with him. If you can get closer to His Highness Dongbo, when His Highness reaches the strength of a paragon in the future, just a little bit of guidance will be enough for you to benefit immeasurably, Monarch Armadillo Jade advised. The strength of a paragon was at the level of the three ancestors. The three ancestors belonged to the Bloodshed God Palace. There were many others like Monarch Green, Mysterious North Imperial Empress, and others who were free and did not rely on any side. They were all respectfully addressed as paragons. All right. King Fu-cheong immediately came to a decision. Furthermore, I feel that since Highness Dongbo dares to enter, he might have something he can rely on. Amen. Who knows, he might have obtained some sort of secret treasure map, Monarch Armadillo Jade transmitted. The two of them came to a decision. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jingqiu were both startled, but they were inwardly delighted. With two powerful helpers joining them, their chances of success would increase by a few notches. This time, they had come purely to fulfill their desire to save Monarch Amo-shue. In reality, however, the danger of the Lake Heart Island historical remain was such that their chances of success did not even reach 10%. But no matter how low their chances of success were, they had still come. They had already prepared themselves for failure. I'll scout ahead. I've cultivated a secret technique that allows my eyes to see through all illusions, Monarch Armadillo Jade said. His eyes had become incomparably deep, and there seemed to be a vortex within them. All right. Dongbua Shui-ing, Jingqiu, Monarch Armadillo Jade and King Fuqiong were all extremely powerful, and so they were able to quickly coordinate with each other. The four of them carefully entered the cave. The cave was so deep that they couldn't see the end of it. Dongbua Shuiing and the others continued to carefully advance. Occasionally, they would encounter a fork in the road. Be careful. There seems to be something terrifying lurking in one of the forks, Monarch Armadillo Jade sent mentally. The four of them were all carrying treasures that could isolate them from detection, making it extremely difficult for enemies to discover them. Alas, the dangers of the Lake Heart Island were far greater than they had imagined. No matter how much they wanted to avoid it, it would be very difficult to avoid it completely. Oh! Dongbua Shuiing and the others took a closer look as they passed through the fork in the road. Deep within the fork, there was a statue of ice there, but the eyes beneath the statue were scarlet red. They were staring in the direction of Dongbua Shuiing and the others. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the ice statue was staring in the direction of the fork. Dongbua Shuiing and the others all felt their hearts clench. Hurry up and leave. They all had a bad feeling about this. Moments after they left, cracks began to appear on the ice statue, and soon countless chunks of ice shattered, revealing a black-armored, muscular warrior. This warrior had a single horn that reached the heavens, and his face was covered with yellow fur. His eyes were scarlet red, and he was staring in the direction of the fork. The corners of his lips curled upwards slightly. It's been too long. Finally, some outsiders have passed through this place. Ha ha ha, I've just awakened, so there's no rush to kill them. I'll take it slow and kill them at the last moment. I hope you can hold on for a bit longer. Whoosh! The black-armored warrior's body touched the icy walls. Then he quickly melted into them and disappeared. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Monarch Armadillo Jade, who was walking in front, looked around with an ugly expression on his face. Your Highness, Dongbua, are you really going to keep going? We don't have any experience in this cave, and we don't know what lies ahead. Just follow this path, Dongbua Shuiing said. The safer path was being watched by Withered Tree Old Mother and the rest. Monarch Armadillo Jade was muttering to himself. I've already discovered 3 paths of danger, but this Dongbua Shuiing and that Empress of the 9 Swords have yet to discover a single one. Could it be that they didn't have anything to rely on in this cave? This is really troublesome. Because of the secret technique, Monarch Armadillo Jade was extremely proficient in detecting danger. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth appeared in his eyes. Even the slightest movement from afar would cause a slight change in the world, and he would be able to detect it. Be careful. There's a power approaching us at high speed. Let's flee quickly. Monarch Armadillo Jade hurriedly flew forward, at the same time releasing a formless world deity energy that enveloped Dongbua Shuiing and the rest. Their flying speed suddenly exploded, reaching a speed of 600,000 kilometers per second. This caused Dongbua Shuiing and Jingqiu to be somewhat speechless. Even they, husband and wife, could not reach such a high speed. Furthermore, he was bringing 3 people along with him. Monarch Armadillo Jade's reputation was indeed incredible. Boom! Behind them, a figure tore through the ice and charged into the cave. One could vaguely make out a creature clad in black armor, galloping on 4 hooves. However, it soon disappeared, tunneling into the cave walls. It's approaching us at an extremely fast speed. Monarch Armadillo Jade was already moving at an extremely fast speed while carrying Dongbua Shuiing and the rest. However, at this moment he was somewhat anxious. It doesn't even need to make any turns within the mountain. Everything is moving in a straight line, and it's approaching us at its fastest speed. I'm afraid it'll catch up in a few breaths' time. Prepare for battle. Chapter 543. As Dongbua Shuiing and the others were fleeing through the complicated tunnels of the cave, deep within the mountain, not too far away from them, Kakaka! One statue after another covered in ice began to shatter. Some were black-armored warriors, some were black-armored flying beasts, and some were black-armored wild beasts. All of them had awoken from their slumber. Looks like Lake Heart Island has entered the frigid ice phase again. The moment we woke up, we were frozen solid. Still, that's fine. If it were the frigid ice phase, the surroundings would be distorted, and it would be even more uncomfortable. A flood, dragon-like creature covered in a layer of black armor had awoken as well. It had 2 horns on its head, and a hint of joy could be seen in its golden eyes. Oh, these old fellows are still alive and well. Whoosh! The black flood, dragon-like creature touched the walls of the cave, instantly disappearing. Soon, in a rather spacious space, numerous black-armored warriors, flying beasts and walking beasts all hurried over. Ha ha ha, blind old man, long time no see. I'm so happy to see your old face. Hey, isn't it young Master Soaring Feather? You're still as heroic as ever. Ha ha ha, big brother, you're still alive. As your little brother, I'm afraid that one day I'll wake up, you won't be here anymore. These black-armored creatures were all incomparably happy, and their expressions were filled with gratification. One of them, a giant serpent covered in black armor, said in a booming voice, "Most of our team is still alive. This has something to do with the fact that very few outsiders enter this region. I hope that outsiders come more often. That way, we'll be able to wake up a bit longer. If too many outsiders come, we'll be in danger of dying. Defeating us would be easy, but killing us, that'll be very difficult. Haven't you heard? There are quite a few regions of Lake Heart Island that have been invaded by true god hegemons. Many old fellows like us were instantly transformed into dust. In front of hegemons, we didn't even have time to flee. True god hegemons wouldn't dare to act rashly in Master's territory. These black-armored creatures were all chatting amongst themselves. Although we're neither dead nor alive, it's all thanks to Master. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to transcend and become mighty figures. Logically speaking, we should have died a long time ago, but Master has allowed us to live until now, a black purple-eyed bird said in a sharp voice. Master has indeed done countless cultivators a great favor. We weren't able to transcend and become true gods. That's because our comprehension abilities are poor. Master has already helped us a lot. However, we've woken up on this island countless times. But it's been a very, very long time since we've sensed the presence of our Master. These black creatures sighed among themselves, even reminiscing about the past. Even so, they could still sense the presence of Dongbua, Shueing, and the other 3 who were trying to escape. Don't be in a hurry to act. We have to let the invaders feel that this area is relatively safe and spread the news. In the future, more invaders will be willing to come here. We can also wake up frequently. The feeling of sleeping all the time is really uncomfortable, a burly warrior in black armor said. 3 stage 4 world deities, and one should be a stage 3 world deity who has cultivated an absolute art. They're too weak. There's no need to chase after them too ruthlessly. A small, black-armored bird that was currently flying in the surroundings chirped. Let them play around a little more. The truly important areas are all heavily guarded. With their meager strength, they're simply courting death. Within an ice-cold cave, a 4-hooved, black-armored creature pounced over with incomparable savagery. Its usage of the laws of profound mysteries was extremely low. What it relied on was its terrifying strength and speed, as well as the sharpness of its claws. Humph! The spear in Dongbua Shueing's hand pierced through the air. His surroundings seemed to be filled with a myriad of phenomena. Everything appeared beautiful and resplendent. This spear strike caused everyone to feel the beauty and splendor of the myriad existences in the world. One of the 3 great secret skills, life. This move was the result of Dongbua Shueing's comprehension of the beauty of the myriad existences in the world. Beauty was just an appearance, but the essence of it was life force, a life force that could move one's heart. This spear strike of Dongbua Shuiying's contained a kind of spirituality and toughness. It was like a small grass that grew out from the cracks of a rock, like a speck of green in a dry desert, like the drifting rain. It was unleashed at will, containing the spirituality of the world, allowing it to have a myriad of transformations. Pum! After the spear pierced out, it instantly vibrated with power. In an instant, it transformed into 320 different forms of force. This move, life, was truly unpredictable. There was no need to deliberately control it, as doing so would cause one to be at a disadvantage. What was required was comprehension. Even if one comprehended it, it would be extremely hard to describe. Dongbua Shuiying could only comprehend it based on his spirit. The four-hooved, black-armored creature staggered and smashed into a nearby rock wall, causing countless layers of ice to shatter. However, it did not suffer any injuries at all as it continued to madly pounce over. Ho! Too weak, too weak. You can't injure me at all. The four-hooved, black-armored creature roared madly as it chased after it. Humph! King Fuqiong, wielding the black grey truler, also made his move. This black grey truler seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. As it slammed out, the surrounding time and space began to change. The entire world seemed to be changing. The four-hooved, black-armored creature was actually unable to dodge, and its claws could not even touch the grey truler. The black-grey truler directly smashed into the head of the black-armored creature. With a dong, the power of the grey truler was transmitted into the creature's body. However, the black-armored creature was sent smashing into the ground of the cavern, leaving behind a deep trench and a large number of cracks on the ice. Even so, it continued to chase after Fuqiong, completely unharmed. This creature seems to have an average understanding of the laws of profound mysteries. It's only at the stage 3 world deity level. Dongbua Shuiying transmitted. In fact, in terms of the exquisiteness of its techniques, it's slightly weaker than me. However, its strength, speed, defenses, and even the sharpness of its claws are all inconceivable. Its speed can reach a speed of 600,000 kilometers per second. Its strength is actually slightly higher than mine, and its claws are even sharper and more terrifying than our blood-refined deity weapons. Furthermore, no matter how we attack, we are unable to harm it. Fortunately, its level of cultivation is low, King Fuqiong transmitted. By relying on our level of cultivation, we were able to suppress it. Pum! Suddenly, Monarch Armadillo Jade kicked the black-armored creature in the face, causing it to slam into the stone walls of the cavern. Countless pieces of ice shattered, and the creature tumbled several times before finally landing on the ground. The black-armored creature glared at Dongbua Shuiying and the other 3, then swung its tail. With a low growl, it turned around and slammed into the stone wall to the side. However, it completely disappeared without a trace. It gave up? Dongbua Shuiying and the others heaved sighs of relief. After being suppressed by us for so long, of course it had to give up. Monarch Armadillo Jade rubbed his chubby face. But we can't rejoice too early. Its level of cultivation is clearly very ordinary, but the 4 of us were able to completely suppress it. In a one-on-one fight, its defenses are invincible, its speed and strength are terrifying, and its level of cultivation is only slightly lower than His Highness Dongbua's. In a one-on-one fight, it won't be easy to deal with. Dongbua Shuiying and the others nodded in agreement. In a one-on-one fight, even Dongbua Shuiying had no confidence in himself. After all, even if they attacked with all their might, none of their attacks would be able to harm the creature. It would be far too difficult to defeat an enemy with invincible defenses. Your Highness Dongbua, Empress of the 9 Swords, I have to warn you that this black-armored creature isn't the only one in the area. Monarch Armadillo Jade transmitted solemnly. I can sense that there are even more terrifying killing intents in the area. I have to warn you that Fu Qiong and I do not have the confidence to deal with them. The two of us are willing to accompany His Highness on this journey, but Your Highness, you must be prepared. If you do not have the confidence to rely on, you should give up as soon as possible. Let's continue forward. Dongbu Shuang and Jing Qiu glanced at each other. Then Dongbu Shuang said, "The road ahead is dangerous, but I will lead the way." Of course, he would lead the way in the direction of the true immortal treasure. Lead the way. Monarch Armadillo Jade and King Fu Qiong's heart stirred. It seemed that His Highness Dongbu really did have some sort of treasure map. However, there were quite a number of such maps. Some were extremely valuable, while others were extremely valuable. "I'm just afraid that we'll all die before we reach our destination," Monarch Armadillo Jade muttered helplessly. "So what if we die? It's just a clone. Let's hurry." King Fu Qiong frowned. "Oh, how domineering. Fu Qiong, if there's any danger later, you go first." Monarch Armadillo Jade teased as he continued forward. At this moment, there was indeed a large group of black creatures in the surroundings, secretly watching their weak group. They were in no hurry to attack. Chapter 544. Who is leading the way? Why are they heading towards the blazing blood gate? The black-armored flood dragon's golden eyes were filled with doubt. Do they have some sort of map that leads them to the blazing blood gate? Humph! A sharp voice rang out from the side. An enormous black-armored bird sneered, "You're thinking too much." Just based on the strength of their team? If they knew of the existence of the blazing blood gate, they would have long since taken a different route. Back when we were Stage 4 world deities, we came to Lake Heart Island and knew of the blazing blood gate. But who would dare to barge into it? If they really were to barge into the blazing blood gate, the four of them would most likely lose their lives. Even if they chose not to barge into it, it would be difficult for them to survive just by passing through. The blazing blood gate. That place is truly terrifying. Even before the gate opens, it is already dangerous. The moment it opens, it will be a nightmare. These black-armored life forms all sighed. None of them dared to barge into the blazing blood gate, as they knew their limits. What should we do, then? If the four of them die there, they will think that this region is too dangerous. It will be a long time before any other cultivators enter this region. At that time, we will have to continue our slumber. Amen. These black-armored life forms all began to feel vexed. They still had a duty to fulfill. If Dongbu Shuang and the others were to approach some of the more important regions, they would still act. But before that, they still hoped to let the four of them live a little longer. In fact, if their luck was good, they might even obtain some treasures. That way, more and more invaders would enter this region. However, they could not take the initiative to hand over treasures. After all, the moment they violated their duty, they would be annihilated. Chase after them and force them to change directions. Tell them to go in another direction. There's a fork in the road 15 million kilometers ahead. Tell them to change directions there. As long as they change directions, they won't encounter the blazing blood gate. These black-armored life forms immediately made their decision. Dongbu Shuang and the others were flying at an extremely fast speed. In a single second, they could cover close to 600,000 miles. In just a short while, they had already covered tens of millions of miles. Hong Long Long, a cruel battle was currently taking place. Shuang and the other three had encountered the most intense battle ever since they entered the cavern. A very terrifying black-armored, tall and sturdy warrior had come to deal with them. This black-armored warrior's combat power was extremely strong, and it was estimated that he could match up to powerful existences. Dongbu Shuang and the other three were also resisting with all their might. Pooh! King Fu Qiong spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge spell formation appeared around him, and numerous black rulers appeared, attacking the black-armored warrior in a frenzy. The black-armored, burly warrior wielded his great axe. Every single move he made contained terrifying destructive power. Even in a place like the Lake Heart Island, where the laws of the world were extremely strong, every strike he made would cause a black hole to appear in the surrounding space. Let's escape. There's a fork here. Let's escape to another path. Monarch Armadillo Jade sentimentally. It's too tiring. We can't hold on for much longer. In addition, this black armored aberration is only blocking us from the front. He seems to be guarding this path. Let's just follow this path. Jingqiu sentimentally. Right, let's follow this path. Dongbua Shueing sentimentally as well. If they changed directions, they would be moving in the opposite direction from where the true divinity artifact was hidden. King Fuqiong sentimentally as well. This black armored aberration is blocking us. Could it be that he's trying to lure us into another path? That path might contain a trap. That's possible, Monarch Armadillo Jade agreed. One side was extremely powerful, while the other side was made up of 4 people working together. Dongbua Shueing was using one of his 3 secret techniques, the domain-type secret technique known as prison. Jingqiu and King Fuqiong were using their blood-refined deity weapons to attack as well. Monarch Armadillo Jade was even more powerful, and he would always attack at critical moments, allowing the 4 of them to join forces perfectly. After battling for a while, Dongbua Shueing and the others finally broke through the blockade and continued to flee at high speed. The black-armored, gray-tex-wielding warrior did not pursue them. Instead, he watched coldly as they left, then frowned and murmured to himself. They insist on taking this path no matter what. I'm helping them so that they don't die too quickly. And yet, they're still charging forward of their own volition. Forget it. There's nothing we can do to help them. If they want to die, so be it. Although his voice echoed throughout the area, the surrounding region was completely isolated from all detection, preventing Dongbua Shueing and the others from hearing him. This was their duty, and they didn't dare to disobey it. Although they had their own selfish motives, they could only do what was necessary within the scope of their duty. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dongbua Shueing and the others were resting within a certain passageway. Monarch Fuqiong and Jingqiu had suffered relatively heavy injuries. Monarch Armadillo Jade was the most slippery and intelligent of them all, and so he wasn't injured at all. As for Dongbua Shueing, his luminous sun force had given him incredible strength and speed, and he was quite skilled in close combat. As a result, his injuries were relatively light. Jingqiu and Monarch Fuqiong weren't particularly skilled in close combat. Their supreme techniques were more suited to formation-based techniques. Fortunately, these black-armored aberrations seemed to be in charge of different regions. If they had joined forces, we probably would have died long ago, Monarch Armadillo Jade muttered. That one just now was too powerful. The 4 of us only just barely managed to hold him off. Dongbua Shueing was solemn as well. Fortunately, we had Monarch Armadillo Jade. If we had to rely on ourselves, the other 3 would probably have been killed by him in no time. Monarch Armadillo Jade was indeed more powerful than the 3 of them. He was able to control the flow of battle and attack at critical moments. His combat prowess was something that even Dongbua Shueing admired wholeheartedly. He truly lived up to his reputation as someone who was almost as powerful as eldest apprentice brother Huiming. It was no exaggeration to say that he was on par with eldest apprentice brother Huiming. I've only lived for a few years in vain. Monarch Armadillo Jade rubbed his chin, feeling quite pleased with himself. Let's go. Let's keep advancing, Monarch Fuqiong said. If we stay here for too long, we might run into danger. Let's keep going. Dongbua Shueing nodded as well. The 4 of them advanced stealthily. The rest of the journey was much safer. Occasionally, they would be attacked by black-armored aberrations, but their strength was still within the range of what they could endure. In the end, there were still very few aberrations with the power of a major power. Caw, 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 a black-armored bird cawed. then instantly split into over 1,000 bodies that simultaneously attacked Dongbua Shuiying's group of 4. The 4 of them continued to flee while simultaneously defending against the attacks. By working together, they were able to hold on. Be careful up ahead. Monarch Armadillo Jade suddenly sent. Dongbua Shuiying was also paying close attention to what was ahead of them. Ahead of them was an empty mountain, and within the mountain there was a blood-red disc. With Dongbua Shuiying's group's vision, they could still see it clearly despite their vision being obstructed. It was a massive disc that was at least 1,000,000 kilometers in circumference. The disc was red in color, and it was covered with carvings of swords and sabers. Does it look like a door? Dongbua Shuiying was puzzled. This massive disc looked like a circular door that had been placed on the ground. There was a vertical mark in the center of the disc that looked like a door that could be pushed open. A door that's placed flat on the ground. Dongbua Shuiying stared at the carvings of swords and sabers, as well as the blood-red patterns on the disc. He could sense a boundless killing intent and a bloody aura emanating from it. All of them, including Monarch Armadillo Jade, were experts. Naturally, they could sense this formless threat. This was far more terrifying than the black-armored aberrations they had encountered earlier. Hua! Dongbua Shuiying and the others were extremely fast, and they soon arrived at the mountain. The black-armored bird that had been chasing after them had also stopped. It cawed as it watched from afar, and was no longer in a rush to act. Everyone be careful. Be careful of those ice sculptures, Monarch Armadillo Jade transmitted. Dongbua Shuiying also noticed that there were 2 rows of ice sculptures on both sides of the mountain. There were many of them, and there were at least 100 of them. They can't all be monsters, right? Jingqiu transmitted to Dongbua Shuiying. Within the Lake Heart Island historical remains, there are many monsters that were transformed from ice sculptures. Don't scare yourself. Even though there are many monsters that were transformed from ice sculptures, it doesn't mean that every single one of them is a monster. Dongbua Shuiying felt his heart turning numb. Any one of those black-armored aberrations was hard to deal with, and there are 2 rows of ice sculptures neatly arranged in front of them. If all of them were monsters, how could the 4 of them defend against them? I can sense a bloody aura coming from that disc, as well as an incomparably terrifying suppression. It's even more frightening than the 3 ancestors of your bloodshed god palace. Monarch Armadillo Jade's eyes were deep as he observed everything. He transmitted, "Everyone be careful. Don't alarm anything. Be gentle and avoid that disc. We'll quickly pass through this mountain. Don't touch anything." Amen. Dongbua Shuiying, Jingqiu, and King Fuqiong all agreed. They could all feel the unseen threat from that disc. "Let's go," Monarch Armadillo Jade ordered. The 4 of them immediately turned into streams of light and flew past the disc. They did not even dare to touch the ground. But just as they were about to fly, the ice on the surface of the 2 rows of neatly arranged ice sculptures began to crack, revealing pairs of eyes that had already opened. They were all looking at Shuiying and the other 3, who were about to fly through the ice. Chapter 5:45. Not good. Shuiying felt his true deity heart tremble. For a moment, he even felt his vision turning dark. His ears were ringing, and his heartbeat was accelerating. The blood in his body was surging chaotically, and his consciousness could no longer see his surroundings clearly. The fluctuation of consciousness is actually able to directly impact my true deity heart? This. Although his willpower was extraordinary, he still instinctively felt fear. It was like an ant being trampled by a human's foot. This was an indescribable fear. One had to know that Shuiying was a stage 3 world deity. Even ordinary powerful existences would not be able to suppress him with a single glance, causing his true deity heart to tremble so much that he could not see his surroundings clearly. And now, the hundreds of ice sculptures were simultaneously gazing at him with murderous intent. Under these gazes, his ears rang, his heart raced, his blood raced, his eyes could not see clearly, and his true deity heart trembled. How can this be? As a stage 4 world deity, Jingqiu also felt her true deity heart tremble. Her vision began to blur, and even the world deity energy in her body was difficult to control. How can this place be so terrifying? I can't possibly be powerless when facing an almighty. Not good. Run, run. King Fuqiong and Jingqiu were in a similar situation. They could no longer control the energy in their bodies. Roar. Monarch Armadillo Jade let out a low roar with a sinister expression. He had cultivated for many years and possessed many secret techniques. His true deity heart had long since been nurtured to an incomparably powerful level. Although he was currently being attacked by the terrifying consciousness fluctuations, he was still able to maintain his battle prowess. He opened his mouth and let out an angry roar. This roar carried with it a unique fluctuation that rapidly swept out, attacking the consciousness fluctuations and reducing their impact. Only then did Dongbua Shuang, Jingqiu, and King Fuqiong feel slightly better. All of them could now see clearly what was happening before them. As for the hundreds of ice sculptures, their outer layer of ice had completely fallen off, revealing their true appearances. Every one of them was a warrior wearing blood-red armor. Some had human heads, some had beast heads, and some had metal heads. All of them were staring at Dongbua Shuaying's group of four with murderous intent, as if they were looking at 4 clowns. You dare come to the blazing blood door with this level of strength? One of the blood-red armored warriors sneered. Boom, 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 boom. This is going to be troublesome, Your Highness Dongbua. Your directions are too good. Monarch Armadillo Jade laughed bitterly. How can he be so strong? Dongbua Shuaying couldn't believe it either, because according to what he knew, in the ordinary area of the Lake Heart Island ruins, an ordinary almighty strength could withstand it. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. In the end, even Bloodblade and the Temporal Island Lord had to stop. But this place was not as deep as the place where Monarch Mo Shui hid the true god weapon. It shouldn't be so dangerous. Let's go all out, King Fuqiong said telepathically, a hint of madness in his eyes. Let's go all out. Jingqiu also had a giant sword floating around her. The giant sword was faintly discernible. Kill! The 4 blood-armored warriors surrounding them moved. Among them was a female warrior with an enchanting figure. A vertical eye suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. The vertical eye suddenly shot out a red ray of light, which directly shot towards the only female in Dongbua Shuaying's team, Jingqiu. Jingqiu felt her heart tremble with fear. Gap! She instantly understood that there was a huge gap between them. This was the most terrifying opponent she had encountered since entering the Lake Heart Island ruins. Hua! The giant sword floating in front of Jingqiu instantly split into 9 thin swords. The 9 thin swords formed a resplendent star chart. The star chart was resplendent, and countless stars were faintly discernible within it. This star chart blocked in front of Jingqiu, and when the red ray of light hit it, the huge star chart froze. Even the 9 thin swords were frozen in midair, not moving in the slightest. Jingqiu did not expect that her blood-refined deity weapon would be frozen in place the moment they started fighting. This caused a sense of helplessness to rise in her heart. She even wondered if she had been too arrogant in coming to the ruins of Lake Heart Island. Had she been too wrong? There was also a blood-armored warrior wielding a saber. He had a thin figure and a pair of polychoria pupils. With a single step, he crossed the distance between them and arrived beside King Fuqiong. He brandished his saber, but it created a myriad of afterimages. Even King Fuqiong, a stage 4 world deity, could not tell which was the real saber. Piu, piu, Piu King Fuqiong controlled the giant wooden ruler to construct an array in an attempt to block the attack, but his body was instantly split into a myriad of pieces. As it turned out, every single one of those myriad saber images was real. Every single one of them possessed terrifying might. Humph! The enchanting woman with the vertical eye between her eyebrows suddenly changed her target. The red ray of light shot out from her vertical eye landed on the myriad of pieces of King Fuqiong's shattered body. Immediately, King Fuqiong's body, which had been about to reunite, was completely frozen. Ka 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 ka. Every single piece of his body shattered and was annihilated. King Fuqiong was annihilated, dying on the spot. He was the first person to die in the group. As for Dongbua Shueing, Jingqiu, and Monarch Armadillo Jade, they didn't have the time to be angry. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by vigorous laughter, a gigantic golden fist smashed towards Monarch Armadillo Jade. At the same time, a majestic warrior waved his hairy black palm and attacked Dongbua Shueing. Prison. Dongbua Shueing's countless dazzling rays of white light finally bound and extended towards the 4 blood-armored warriors. Although his luminous sun force was fast, the bewitching red light and the blade-wielding warriors from before were even faster. However, his luminous sun force was omnipresent, and it had now completely enveloped the entire battlefield. It began to bind the enemies. It was one of the 3 great secret techniques. Prison. After Dongbua Shueing's realm had increased, this secret technique had changed as well. It was no longer like the chains that bound and entangled the enemy. Instead, it was a gentle binding technique that was flexible, yet omnipresent. Countless luminous sun forces worked together to bind and affect the enemy at all times. If it were used against Stage 4 world deities, it would indeed be a powerful technique. But against these blood-armored warriors it was somewhat weak. Roar! Monarch Armadillo Jade opened his bloody maw and madly roared. As he roared, circles of black ripples spread out, fanning out towards the 4 blood-armored warriors. Wherever the black ripples passed, many small chaos holes would appear with a crackling sound. The 4 blood-armored warriors couldn't avoid the black ripples at all, and they were hit by the impact of the black ripples. For a moment, the 4 blood-armored warriors were all startled. Among them, the majestic warrior covered in black hair clutched his head in pain. The other 3 also clearly slowed down and looked towards Monarch Armadillo Jade. As for the 100 or so blood-armored warriors spectating the battle, they also looked towards Monarch Armadillo Jade. Run, run, I'm not their match. Monarch Armadillo Jade anxiously roared. At the same time, he grabbed Dongbua Shueing and Jingqiu and increased his speed in an attempt to escape. Escape? The tallest, blood-armored warrior sneered at the sight. The golden fist that had stopped due to the roar once again smashed forward. The golden fist rapidly expanded as it was swung, and in the blink of an eye, it practically blocked the path of escape for Dongbua Shueing and Jingqiu. Countless divine runes revolved around the golden fist, giving it a terrifying might. Chapter 546. As the huge golden fist came crashing down, the surrounding space-time began to freeze. Even before the fist arrived, the formless shockwaves had already arrived. This kind of power made Shueing and Jingqiu feel powerless, especially when the gap in combat power between them was so obvious. When the difference in power was so obvious, any resistance would be a joke. Even now, the 2 of them could not understand. They had not even ventured deep into the Lake Heart Island, so how could they have encountered such danger? Were they really that unlucky? Facing this fist, Jingqiu controlled the 9 swords to transform into a dazzling vortex of starry space. Charging straight at it, Dongbua Shueing used his luminous sun force to unleash his domain-type secret technique, Prison, to barely disrupt his opponent. At the same time, he used the spear in his hand to unleash his secret technique, Life. He did not even dare to use destruction to clash head-on, because he knew that if he did so, he would be easily crushed. Monarch Armadillo Jade charged at the very front, his body suddenly transforming into a huge, four-hooved, mutated beast. This mutated beast even had 2 soft feelers on its head. This four-hooved, mutated beast stepped through the void, lowered its head, and charged straight at Dongbua Shuang. Pung! The huge golden fist collided head-on with the four-hooved, mutated beast's head. Pung, pung, pung! The resulting shock waves caused the surrounding void to explode. Dongbua Shuang's spear also spun and pierced through the layers of shock waves, but its speed was greatly reduced. The golden fist was retracted by the impact. As for the four-hooved, mutated beast that Monarch Armadillo Jade had transformed into, its entire body trembled from the impact of the golden fist, and then began to crumble. This scene caused both Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu to be shocked. Monarch Armadillo Jade was the strongest member of their team. If Monarch Armadillo Jade died in battle, then they would have no hope of escaping at all. Hua hua hua! In midair, Monarch Armadillo Jade's crumbling body transformed into a torrent of black water, which then condensed into the shape of a mutated beast. This mutated beast's life-saving secret technique is quite powerful. The tallest blood-armored warrior frowned and immediately transmitted. Although my techniques can suppress it, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill it. We'll have to join forces and kill it. Yes, the enchanting woman and the muscular black-haired warrior both nodded in agreement. Their experience was extraordinary, and they could tell that this stage for world deity who had transformed into a mutated beast was only close to a powerful existence in terms of direct combat strength. However, he was much more formidable when it came to his life-saving secret techniques. He had already cultivated them to an extremely high realm, and if not for the fact that they could restrain him, even ordinary powerful existences would have a hard time killing him. There are only 3 of them left. I'll leave them to you. The knife-wielding man stood to the side and did not attack again. It was as if he disdained to bully them with numbers. Amazing! When Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu saw that Monarch Armadillo Jade had fully recovered, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. They could see that his body had turned into a stream of water, but that was because his power had not been damaged at all. Monarch Armadillo Jade is truly powerful. He is usually a joker, but his ability to stay alive is so strong. Dongbua Shuang exclaimed inwardly, "Let's go." Monarch Armadillo Jade, who had transformed into a mutated beast, had water flowing around his body, completely enveloping Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu as he continued his escape. Escape? A red beam of light shot out from the center of the alluring woman's brows, once again, instantly landing on Monarch Armadillo Jade's body. However, the water flowing around his body did not solidify. The blood-armored, black-furred warrior beside her shook his head and did not make a move. He knew that his techniques would not be able to do anything to an opponent with such powerful survivability. Boom! It was still that terrifying golden fist which caused Monarch Armadillo Jade's body to explode once more. However, the dissipating water continued to protect Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu as they struggled with all their might. Rip, the alluring woman, appeared as well. Her glowing green claws grabbed onto the water flowing around Monarch Armadillo Jade's body. In an instant, some green threads began to seep through the water flowing around Monarch Armadillo Jade's body. Roar! 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 Monarch Armadillo Jade roared like a madman. He did not retaliate at all. He was relying entirely on the power of his life-saving secret technique in an attempt to escape. After more than 10 exchanges, Monarch Armadillo Jade carried Dongbua Shuang and Jingqiu and charged out of the spacious mountain. They continued to flee along the corridor. They're escaping. They're running away just like that. The 4 blood-armored warriors stood in the air above the mountain. watching the water flow fly away. They did not give chase. It looks like they don't know about the blazing blood door. They're just passing by. The alluring woman laughed softly. Thord brother, if you had attacked just now, he probably would not have been able to escape. Of the four of them, the blade-wielding man was the fastest. If he had tried to stop them with all his might, it would indeed have been difficult for Monarch Armadillo Jade to escape. Humph! The blade-wielding man shook his head. His strength is indeed average, the tallest of the four said. If he knew about the blazing blood door, he would not have dared to barge into it. If he had taken the initiative to barge into it, all four of them would have died. So far, only two have died. The other two are still alive. They're quite lucky, the black-furred warrior said. Asterisk whoosh. After fleeing for some distance, Monarch Armadillo Jade sensed that he was no longer being pursued. He stopped, and the water flowed back into his human form, returning to his original appearance. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't chase after us. Dongbua Shui-ing glanced behind him. It's all thanks to Monarch Armadillo Jade. If not for him, Dongbua and I would definitely have died there, Jing Qiu said. It's a pity that Brother Fu Qiong didn't manage to escape. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu found it hard to calm down after surviving a calamity. They were still filled with lingering fear. The threat they had faced this time was truly overwhelming. They had been at an absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, Monarch Armadillo Jade's life-preserving abilities were strong. Monarch Armadillo Jade sighed. The enemies were too fast. That blade-wielding man appeared in front of Fu Qiong in the blink of an eye, shattering his body. The alluring woman's strange red light completely annihilated Fu Qiong's body. Fu Qiong died in a single exchange. I wanted to save him, but I didn't have enough time. But it doesn't matter if he's dead. After all, if he hadn't died earlier, it would have been difficult for him to survive. What's wrong? Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu were startled. Monarch Armadillo Jade, why are you so unconfident? Dongbua Shui-ing was puzzled. After experiencing the previous battle, Dongbua Shui-ing was filled with admiration towards Monarch Armadillo Jade. Monarch Armadillo Jade's life-preserving abilities were probably at the level of a major power. In an ordinary region, Monarch Armadillo Jade should be able to hold on. That alluring woman, aside from using that strange red light, is also extremely skilled in using hexing poisons, Monarch Armadillo Jade said helplessly. I have already been poisoned by the hexing poison. I can't hold on much longer. What? Dongbua Shui-ing and Jing Qiu were both shocked. It's true. The hexing poison has already permeated every part of my body. My strength is constantly being consumed, and my body will soon collapse, Monarch Armadillo Jade said helplessly. The hexing poison is too terrifying. Even my damaged Blackwater true body can't hold on. Monarch Armadillo Jade waved his hand. A black ruler, a storage treasure, and a few other items appeared next to him. These are the treasures that Fu Qiong and I brought with us. Monarch Armadillo Jade sat in the corridor, then instructed, Your Highness Dongbua, if the two of you are truly lucky enough to make it out alive, help me and Fu Qiong bring these treasures back to us. At the very least, we'll be able to minimize our losses this time. Definitely. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded repeatedly, then said helplessly, This time after entering the ruins of Lake Heart Island, I realize that I'm still too weak. My chances of making it out alive aren't very high. Brother Armadillo Jade, please don't blame me for not being able to bring these treasures out. Ha ha ha, I just tried my best. Monarch Armadillo Jade's face suddenly turned green. Monarch Armadillo Jade looked at Dongbua Shui-ing. This time, we've gone through life and death together. Your Highness Dongbua, we can be considered friends, right? Yes, of course. To have a friend like you, Brother Armadillo Jade, is my fortune. Dongbua Shueing said hurriedly. Ha ha ha! To be able to be friends with your highness, Dongbua, my death was worth it. Monarch Armadillo, Jade, began to laugh loudly. As he laughed, Monarch Armadillo Jade's body completely disintegrated, dissipating into nothingness. Dongbua Shueing and Jingqiu felt a bit of pain in their hearts as they watched. Brother Fu Qiong was dead, and now Monarch Armadillo Jade was dead as well. Only the two of them were left. How much further could they go on this path? Chapter 547. Within the cold cave, Jingqiu could not help but ask, Snow Eagle, weren't we too blind to enter the Lake Heart Island ruins? We were weak to begin with, and we even chose a secluded cave that few cultivators had entered before. Even Monarch Armadillo Jade and the others who came with us died. If not for his protection, we would not have been able to reach this place. All right, since we're already here, there's no point in thinking too much. Dongbua Shueing waved his hand to collect the weapons left behind by Monarch Armadillo Jade. You and I were already mentally prepared. Even Brother Armadillo Jade and Brother Fu Qiong were prepared to die. Furthermore, if we didn't choose a secluded cave, why would we choose a safer place? I'm afraid that 9 Young Palace Head and the others are on guard there. And Jingqiu nodded lightly. This place is not too far from where my father hid the true god weapon. I hope we can reach there alive. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Before coming here, he was a stage 3 world deity with the luminous sun absolute art. He was considered an expert, even among stage, for world deities. With such strength, he could be considered an overlord in the vast deity world. At that time, Dongbua Shueing was quite satisfied, but this time he had chosen to enter one of the most dangerous ruins in the entire deity world. Only those with the strength of a powerful existence could roam the ordinary regions safely. After coming here, they first saw the corpse of Monarch Heavenly Cloud, and then they were ambushed multiple times in the cave. Monarch Armadillo Jade was the one leading the team. All of these made Dongbua Shueing feel that he was lacking in strength. Clearly, he was still at the bottom of the group of peak existences in the deity world. But being at the bottom was already something to be proud of. After all, being at the bottom required strength. Just passing through the huge silver-white water ball was not an easy task. We're not far from our destination. Let's continue, Dongbua Shueing said. The two immediately turned into streams of light and flew through the cave at high speed. In a narrow space within the belly of the mountain that was only 5 million kilometers away from them, there were 2 black-armored monsters residing there. One of them was a black-armored WRM, and the other was a black-armored multi-legged beast. Among the weak teams this time, only the one with an extremely powerful life-saving secret technique is somewhat difficult to deal with. The other 3 are very ordinary. The black-armored, many-legged beast said in a low voice, his voice echoing in this narrow space. Now that the other 2 are dead, there are only 2 weaker ones left. Big brother, what do we do? Are you going to make the first move, or should I? Big brother, I'm afraid you can easily kill them. There are very few outsiders who enter our area. Only when this team of theirs came in did we wake up. The black-scaled Jiao dragon's golden eyes looked into the distance, as if it could see through the obstacles, and saw Dongbua Shueing and his wife, who were fleeing. They're unlucky. They managed to pass through the blazing blood door. The blazing blood door must have frightened them. I wonder if more teams will enter from our side in the future. They should be able to tell that the blazing blood gate is unusual. Perhaps when they become stronger in the future, they will purposely come to investigate the blazing blood door. The black-armored, many-legged beast said, What you said makes sense. The black-scaled Jiao dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. The 2 of them are relatively weak now. You should go and slowly finish them off one by one. At least with your strength, they won't feel any fear. Yes, big brother. The black-armored, many-legged beast immediately dashed out, and with a dozen of its claws, It slammed into the side of the mountain and penetrated into it. The black, scaled Jiao dragon watched on. In its eyes, Dongbo Shuiying and his wife were too weak. If it were to make a move, it would scare Dongbo Shuiying and his wife. Coming to Lake Heart Island with such meager strength, the black-scaled Jiao dragon shook its head lightly. Dongbo Shuiying and his wife were flying at high speed. However, their speed was much slower than Monarch Armadillo Jade's. That hidden black-armored, many-legged beast was rapidly closing in on them. It did not take long for it to catch up to them. However, Dongbo Shuiying and his wife were completely unaware of it. This could not be blamed on them. After all, they were still too immature. There was no need to talk about Dongbo Shuiying, as he was only a stage 3 world deity. Even Jing Qiu had only become a stage 4 world deity not too long ago. She had only comprehended a bit of the heart sword diagram, which was why she was so strong. In terms of scouting, survival, and many other aspects, she was still lacking. As such, they did not even notice the approaching danger. The black-armored, many-legged beast abruptly dashed out of the cave. The surrounding luminous sun force instantly enveloped the many-legged beast, affecting its movements. Dongbo Shuiying and Jing Qiu instinctively dodged while using their weapons to defend. Dong! The scarlet cloud spear very quickly pierced the bottom of the body of the multi-legged black beast, suddenly lifting it up, causing the multi-legged black beast to roll backwards. Just as it rolled, the body of the multi-legged black beast suddenly soared. Its dozens of hoof claws directly grabbed the mountain wall beside it, the ground. In an instant the ice layer shattered, but its body suddenly stabilized. Ho! A low roar followed. The many-legged beast's body began to emit an incomparably dazzling golden light. This light was so dazzling that Dongbo Shuiying and his wife were unable to see it clearly. However, with the luminous sun force, they were still able to determine the opponent's movements. Dongbo Shuiying's scarlet cloud spear stabbed out violently. In an instant, 3 spear shadows appeared. The first spear seemed ordinary. However, a large amount of power began to accumulate along with the spear technique. The second spear caused the surrounding space to distort. The third spear, in an instant, the spear seemed to transform into a point. It was incomparably small, an extremely small point. Of course, this feeling of being small only lasted for an instant. What followed closely was a blinding light. It was incomparably dazzling. The surface of the many-legged beast was still dazzling and ferocious. However, when Dongbo Shuiying stabbed out with his spear, the tip of the spear became a small circle of absolute darkness. Outside of this small circle, there was an incomparably dazzling light. This was also Dongbo Shuiying's strongest killing technique. It was one of the 3 secret techniques, destruction. After seeing Emperor Heavenly Cloud's corpse, Dongbo Shuiying's state of mind changed. Then he looked at the array diagram of the terrifying array that was made up of hundreds of millions of meteorites. In that array diagram, Dongbo Shuiying comprehended the destruction aspect. At that time, not only Dongbo Shuiying's clone, but even his main body in the Xia people's world's Crimson Rock Mountain was also injured. According to these insights, the main body spent 100 times of time in the Crimson Rock Mountain to recreate the destruction secret technique during the 11 years that he passed through the water layer. Furthermore, after entering the cavern of the Lake Heart Island historical remains, the many battles of life and death had given Shuiying many insights. This destruction secret skill of his had always been in the process of being perfected. Even though Shuiying had yet to reach the level of the ancient array and could barely grasp the surface of it, it was still the peak of Shuiying's current strength. Dong! The tip of the spear stabbed into the many-legged beast's head. The beast stared at Dongbo Shuiying fiercely and spoke for the first time. A stage 3 world deity can actually hurt me? What a pity! Even powerful existences can't kill me. Dongbua Shuiying's heart immediately turned cold. The black armored monster's defense was invincible, and even his strongest killing technique was useless. What should he do? Hua! The many-legged beast's dozens of claws quickly stepped on the void, and its body moved in a strange manner. On the other side, a huge sword array diagram appeared. Jingqiu had also made her move. Boom! The black-armored, many-legged beast didn't even try to dodge, forcibly taking the blow with its body. After a brief pause from the collision, it charged forward once more, moving at a speed of nearly 600,000 kilometers per second. Perhaps Monarch Armadillo Jade could suppress it in terms of speed. But Dongbua Shuiying and Jingqiu were still far from it. The two of them looked at each other. Their strength was inferior, and their speed was far inferior. There was no way they could escape. Chapter 548. Jingqiu run. Dongbua Shuiying swung his spear and met the beast head-on. At the same time, he used his luminous sun force to execute his secret skill, Prison, to restrict the beast. Run. If we stay here, we'll both die here. It doesn't matter if our two clones die, but there's no meaning in dying like this. I specialize in close combat and domain-related secret skills. I can still hold it back for a while, but you won't be able to hold it back. Once it gets close to you, you will die. Quick, run. If you run, I can think of a way to escape as well. Maybe I can survive. Amen. Jingqiu had memories from her previous life after all. She was a decisive person. Although it was hard for her husband to block the enemy, she consoled herself. Both her and her husband were only clones here. It didn't matter if they died, as long as their deaths had some value. South, Jingqiu transformed into a ray of light and escaped. Shuiying and the black-armored, many-legged beast were engaged in a frenzied battle. Boom, 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 Dongbua Shuiying's body slammed against the walls of the mountain. He relied on his domain-related secret skill to slow down the enemy's movements. At the same time, he relied on his spear arts to hold on. Although the beast was extremely strong, his luminous sun force was also his forte. With his new spear art, Life, he was able to hold it back for a while. Even though the combat power of the black-armored, many-legged beast is above mine, it's not to the point where I can't even retaliate. What he didn't know was that these black-armored beasts had sent the weaker ones over on purpose. They wanted to waste more time to kill them off one by one. However, I won't be able to hold on for too long. I can't fight against them head-on. Dongbua Shuiying executed his spear arts while escaping at high speed. Xiao! A ray of light escaped at high speed. Trying to escape? The beast roared as it chased after him. Its speed was much faster than Dongbua Shuiying. It was able to catch up to him time and time again. It was just that the direction Shuiying fled in was the same direction he came from. Because his wife was heading in the direction of the true god weapon, if he ran in the direction of his wife would be dragged in as well. Even if he really had to die, he had to try his best to protect his wife. Jingqiu transformed into a beam of light as she flew. Her eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction towards herself, because the main reason why she came to Dongbua Shuiying this time was for her. Snow Eagle. Jingqiu looked behind her, but no one was chasing after her. Dongbua Shuiying and the black-armored, many-legged beast were flying at high speed as they fought. Pooh! Shuiying was struck by a hoof claw and was sent flying backwards. Even though he used his spear to block the attack, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. He continued to flee, the huge wound on his chest rapidly healing. These were only some of the injuries caused by the shockwaves of the battle. If he had been struck head-on with his current body, he would most likely have died immediately. As Dongbua Shuiying battled, he gained a deeper understanding of his secret skill, life. His spear arts were executed according to his will, as though everything in the world was blossoming with a different kind of beauty. His moves were perfected, and he was actually able to hold on until now. However, if he defended for too long, he would definitely lose. If this continued, Dongbua Shui-ing understood that he might lose his life. Faster, faster, it's just in front. Dongbua Shui-ing's heart was filled with anticipation. The black-armored, many-legged beast, which was chasing behind him, gradually slowed down. In fact, it was no longer intentionally chasing after him. It was slightly puzzled. Blazing blood door? That's right. Dongbua Shui-ing continued to flee along the path he came from. By now, he was already very close to the blazing blood door. Interesting, interesting. The black-armored, many-legged beast's eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiao! Dongbua Shui-ing saw a huge space within the mountain in front of him. There was a huge, blood-colored plate on the ground, which was about 1,000,000 kilometers wide. There were pictures of swords and sabers on the plate, and it was emitting a terrifying killing intent and a bloody aura. There were also a few blood-armored warriors who had already woken up and were chatting with each other. These blood-armored warriors all turned their heads to look at Dongbua Shui-ing, who was flying towards the space within the mountain. He still dares to come? He's actually here again? Over 100 blood-armored warriors looked at this scene in shock. The black-armored, many-legged beast, which was originally chasing after Dongbua Shui-ing, had stopped and was observing everything from the entrance of the mountain. South Dongbua Shui-ing directly landed on the blood-colored plate. Standing on the blood-colored plate, Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the hundreds of blood-armored warriors around him. The stares from these warriors made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, this time, the warriors seemed to be restraining themselves a little. Otherwise, Dongbua Shui-ing would not be able to control the power within his body. You want to challenge the blazing blood door? Among the hundreds of blood-armored warriors, a tall and skinny lady spoke. Her voice was somewhat feminine. Challenge the blazing blood door? Dongbua Shui-ing saw that the blood-armored warriors did not make a move immediately, and looked at the black-armored, many-legged beast which had yet to come over. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He just followed closely behind. Among the blood-armored warriors, a skinny warrior flew out and landed on the blazing blood door. He stared at Dongbua Shui-ing with killing intent. One opponent. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself. Furthermore, the other blood-armored warriors are just watching from the side. Even the black-armored, many-legged beast did not chase after me. My guess is right. The reason why he followed the path back to the blazing blood door was because he had a hunch. Previously, when they passed by the blazing blood door, it was 4 blood-armored warriors who attacked. After all, there were over 100 of them around. Why were there only 4 of them? Furthermore, there were 4 of them in their group. What a coincidence! Secondly, after Monarch Fu Qiong was killed, the blood-armored warrior who was holding the blade did not continue to attack. It was a 3 against 3. Otherwise, Emperor Armadillo Jade would not have been able to escape with the speed of the blade-wielding warrior. At first, it was a 4 against 4, then a 3 against 3. This gave Dongbua Shui-ing some guesses. Moreover, the huge blood-colored plate was obviously not an ordinary item. This made Dongbua Shui-ing very curious. If I were to return alone, I'm afraid it would be a 1 against 1 battle, right? Dongbua Shui-ing guessed. Among the 4 opponents previously, the blade-wielding warrior, the tall and big warrior with golden fists, and the enchanting female warrior were obviously stronger. As for the black-armored, many-legged beast, he did not reveal any powerful moves. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself, the 4 warriors they sent out, were they sent based on the strength of our group? Our group consists of 3 stage 4 world gods and 1 stage 3 world god. Hence, the number of blood-armored warriors they sent out is 3 strong and 1 weak. Dongbua Shui-ing was an expert after all. His thinking speed was extremely fast. Although he was in a sorry state the previous time, he was able to make some guesses based on his observations. Hence, he was willing to take a gamble and verify it. This way, his death would be more meaningful. Furthermore, he would be able to understand more about the blazing blood gate. Furthermore, what if he made the right bet? He might not even have to die. Seems like I made the right bet. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked at the skinny warrior descending from the huge blood-colored plate. There was only one of him, and he did not seem to be as threatening. You said that I'm challenging the blazing blood gate. Dongbua Shwe-ing looked at the tall and skinny lady who spoke earlier and asked with a smile, "May I know what the rules are for challenging the blazing blood gate?" The tall and skinny lady's eyes shone with a silver light. She looked at Dongbua Shwe-ing with interest and smiled. "It seems like you're not too clear about the rules. Yet you dare to stand on top of the blazing blood gate. How courageous." "It's just a gamble with my life," Dongbua Shwe-ing replied. Some of the warriors in blood-red armor were discussing in low voices. Some were smiling, and some were shaking their heads while sneering. "I wonder if you could tell me what the rules are for challenging the blazing blood gate. That way I can die knowing." Dongbua Shwe-ing smiled. Chapter 549. The tall, skinny lady nodded. "The blazing blood door was built by my master for outsiders. Many of those who visit my island are not qualified to meet my master. You want to ask for treasures? My master asked them to challenge the blazing blood door. The blazing blood door is filled with danger, and the more danger one passes, the more benefits one will get." Dongbua Shwe-ing understood. It was not hard to imagine that the master of the island had a very high status a long time ago, and there must have been a lot of visitors. That master didn't even bother to greet them, and just set up the blazing blood door. But not everyone is qualified to open the blazing blood door. The tall, skinny lady said, "So before opening the blazing blood door, you have to go through a screening test and filter out a large number of ordinary cultivators." "Screening test?" Dongbua Shwe-ing was confused. "Yes, there is an opponent in front of you. Only by defeating him will you pass the screening test, and you will be qualified to enter the blazing blood door." The tall, skinny lady pointed at the skinny warrior who was already standing on the blood-colored disc. "Make him surrender or blast him out of the blazing blood door, and you will defeat him." "Let's begin," the tall, skinny lady said calmly. "Chow Wu, don't be careless and lose." A burly warrior with golden eyes beside him shouted. "Little brother Chow Wu, you have to win some face for us and kill this outsider," the seductive lady who was an expert in witchcraft poison said while covering her mouth. "Little brother Chow Wu, finish him, finish him. We believe in you," the warriors in blood-colored armor shouted. After waking up from their long slumber, they were greeted with a screening test for the blazing blood door, and it was a joy that they had not experienced for a long time. These old guys were too lonely, and they naturally stood on the side of their companions, looking forward to the scene of Dongbua Shwe-ing's death. Boom! A faint red light shot out from the blood-colored disc, and the red light enveloped the area above it. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the skinny warrior were both in the area. "Make him surrender or blast him out of the red light, and I will win, right?" Dongbua Shwe-ing said. "This kid is quite confident. Chow Wu, kill him." At this moment, a group of black-armored monsters appeared at the entrance of the mountain. These black-armored monsters were either in human form, beast form, or bird form. All of them were watching the battle with great interest. The black-armored monsters and the crimson-armored warriors were even chatting with each other. They seemed to be quite familiar with each other. "My name is Chow Wu." On the round plate, the skinny armored warrior stared at Dongbua Shwe-ing. His voice was piercing to the ears. "I've seen your previous battle. You have a supreme art, but it's a pity that I'm your nemesis. Die." As he spoke, the skinny armored warrior suddenly manifested 6 arms, each of which was holding a curved blade. Hua! A distorted silver trail flashed in midair, and the skinny armored warrior had already arrived beside Dongbua Shwe-ing. At this moment, Dongbua Shuang was still comfortably feeling the area. This was because ever since the red light appeared, Dongbua Shuang felt that the suppression from the Lake Heart Island historical remnant had completely disappeared. He could now use his world deity territory, and he could also use his world energy. Obviously, as a fair test, the Lake Heart Island historical remnant would not suppress Dongbua Shuang at all. So fast, Dongbua Shuang took a step forward, and his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away, and the skinny armored warrior's blade light missed its target. Seeing this, the skinny armored warrior furrowed his brows and bellowed. Dongbua Shuang immediately felt that the surrounding space had been sealed. With a slight smile, he activated his world energy and started to condense it. Numerous starry blue-robed Dongbua Shuang appeared, and a total of 9 Dongbua Shuang appeared at the same time. Each of them wielded a black spear and attacked the skinny armored warrior, displaying a myriad of spear techniques. At the same time, a dazzling luminous sun force appeared, traversing in all directions, instantly entangling with the skinny armored warrior. Kill! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the skinny armored warrior. His figure became blurry, and the surrounding time and space started to distort. The blurry figure instantly closed in on one of the world bodies of Dongbua Shuang. The 6 arms of the skinny armored warrior brandished blade light, and the blade light turned into a silver trail. Although one of the world bodies had a hard time defending against it, it was still struck by the blade light, and the body was directly split into pieces. Although the other 8 world bodies were attacking the skinny armored warrior, the defense of the world bodies could be said to be invincible. The spear techniques of the world bodies could not injure him at all, and could only affect his movement techniques. What a fast movement technique, and what a ruthless blade technique. No wonder he said that he can restrain me. Dongbua Shuang's true body stood in the distance, watching the scene, and was inwardly shocked. With such blade techniques and 6 arms, it will be troublesome for me to deal with him. One of the world bodies dissipated, and another one condensed. The 9 world bodies attacked the skinny armored warrior fearlessly. The skinny armored warrior, Chao Wu, was also inwardly frustrated. Previously, when Dongbua Shuang's team of 4 was ambushed, Dongbua Shuang's team had not decided to challenge the blazing blood door. Dongbua Shuang's team was suppressed, and they were unable to display their world deity domain, much less their world bodies. The moment Chao Wu acted, he discovered that Dongbua Shuang had released 9 world bodies, and he instantly felt a headache. I was too careless. It has been too long since I last fought, and I didn't have the chance to observe him properly the last time. Chao Wu thought. However, I still have to win this battle. Chao Wu erupted. His figure turned blurry once again, and the surrounding space-time distorted. His speed had reached a terrifying level, and he forcefully pierced through it. Although there were 9 world bodies surrounding him, he dodged as much as he could, and if he couldn't, he would use his weapon to block. Some of the attacks that didn't affect his speed too much, he would use his body to block. Dongbua Shuang's weapon couldn't hurt him at all. At this moment, he only had one goal: Dongbua Shuang's true body. Want to kill me? The world is me, and I am the world. Within this world, I am everywhere. Dongbua Shuang smiled, and in an instant he was already 600,000 kilometers away. No matter how fast Chao Wu's shuttling speed was, he couldn't do anything against Dongbua Shuang's instantaneous disappearance. Among the spectating blood-armored warriors, that enchanting woman laughed. Little doll, don't keep hiding. You have to make Chao Wu admit defeat or blast him out of the blazing blood door to win. If you keep hiding, it won't be considered a win. Right, hiding isn't considered a win. If you can't win, you will still die in the end. The spectators were still very relaxed. Dongbua Shuang heard the voices around him, but he didn't care at all. He was still walking leisurely, displaying his domain-type secret technique, prison, to bind his opponent and let the 9 world bodies surround him. Even the scarlet cloud spear in Dongbua Shuiying's hand had yet to move, and he just watched silently, observing his opponent's blade technique. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one have a higher chance of winning. The one called Chao Wu was furious and wanted to attack again and again, but he couldn't even get close to him, and was even forced to fight with the world bodies. And that's it. Dongbua Shuiying watched for a full time, and his original body in the distant Xia people's world, Crimson Rock Mountain, was also constantly comprehending and calculating under the time acceleration of 100 times. Finally, he had a plan in mind. Who? The scarlet cloud spear in his hand suddenly drew a strange arc and instantly pierced forward. Chapter 550. When Dongbua Shuiying struck with his spear, the other 9 world bodies also struck with their spears. The first spear was ordinary, but its power began to accumulate. That skinny armored warrior was a little excited because Dongbua Shuiying's real body had finally struck with his spear. If he had to keep hiding like this, he would also feel aggrieved. The second spear, the surrounding space began to distort. This spear began to alert the skinny armored warrior, Chao Wu. Something was wrong. The third spear, boom, 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 boom. It was as if 10 dazzling sun stars had appeared in front of him. Chao Wu's eyes could no longer see. He could only rely on the laws of profound mysteries to sense the surroundings and lock onto the 10 spears. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of threat. This was the most overbearing and ruthless move that Dongbua Shuiying had ever made. The group of blood-armored warriors who were watching from the side were a little surprised. This was the secret skill destruction that he had learned from the ancient array of the Lake Heart Island. After accumulating power for 2 spears, the power of the third spear was indeed very strong. The scarlet cloud spear slashed over. The so-called secret skill destruction was a spear art. It was an application of the laws of profound mysteries. It did not have a fixed style and could be used to stab, chop, sweep, or drill. As for the other 9 world bodies, they used their secret skill, destruction, to attack Chao Wu from all directions, either stabbing or sweeping. Not good. Chao Wu's expression changed. When the third spear burst out, the dagger would be revealed. He knew that it was too late now. He tried his best to use his body and saber art to block the attack. Pooh! Pow! Chi! In an instant, the spears all came over. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Dongbua Shuiying had already seen through Chao Wu's saber art. Bang! The last one was the scarlet cloud spear. The spear shaft was surrounded by absolute darkness, surrounded by a crazy burst of power, surging and whipping the body of Chao Wu, who was already unstable after being attacked by the 9 spears. He could not help but be whipped into a stream of light and flew backward, although he tried his best to stop. But this most violent move had perfectly lashed onto his body. The power was too strong. He was sent flying out of the range of the red light, and he even slammed into the wall of the mountain, shattering countless layers of ice before he could regain his balance. He looked at Dongbua Shuiying, who was standing on the blood-red disc, with an ugly expression on his face. Although he was unharmed, he knew very well that he had lost. Being blasted out of the range of the blazing blood door meant defeat. Not a bad spear technique. This spear technique has already surpassed the realm of a universe deity in the 3rd heaven. In terms of the usage of rules and mysteries, it already has the taste of a universe deity in the 4th heaven. The tall and skinny lady smiled and complimented. It's a very powerful spear. Little brother Chao Wu's loss was not undeserved. The enchanting woman also said, for a stage 3 world deity to have such strength, he is indeed qualified to open the blazing blood door. The tall and thin woman continued, Foreign cultivator, you've already passed the screening test and can be considered a guest of my Lake Heart Island. This is your gift for passing the test. After saying that, the tall and thin woman flipped her hand and took out a blood-colored talisman. There was only one strange character on the blood-colored talisman. Although he had never seen such a character before, Dongbu Shueing instantly understood it. Ink. Ink. Dongbu Shueing was confused. The blood-colored talisman had already flown to Dongbu Shueing's side. What's the use of this talisman? Dongbu Shueing asked. It's somewhat useful, I guess. The tall and thin woman said indifferently. You've only passed the screening test, so the reward won't be too high. The more dangers you're able to overcome after opening the blazing blood door, the more treasures you'll get. The skinny Chow Wu by the side humphed softly. To you, becoming a guest of my Lake Heart Island is the biggest reward for you. Becoming a guest means that you're no longer an invader, and you won't be attacked by us. You can walk freely in the ordinary area. Only the restricted areas of my Lake Heart Island prohibit you from trespassing. Walk freely in the ordinary area. Dongbu Shueing was overjoyed. There was actually such a benefit to being a guest. That's great. This was indeed a very useful reward. To him, the dangers that lurked everywhere were the biggest headache he had. Hong Long Long, all of a sudden, the blood-colored disc beneath Dongbu Shueing's feet began to split apart, revealing a terrifying passageway. Dongbu Shueing felt a bone-deep fear. He hurriedly flew up high and looked down. There was a faint suction force from below, attracting Dongbu Shueing. After the blood-colored disc split apart, the passageway revealed was a distorted void. However, within this distorted void, there were 18 blood-colored tattoos. Each of these tattoos seemed to contain countless living beings howling. Just by looking at it, Dongbu Shueing couldn't help but feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He found it hard to breathe and felt as though he was about to kneel down. Even when he was facing his master, the God Emperor, he had never felt such fear. However, this passageway caused Dongbu Shueing to feel such fear. Stop, stop, stop. Dongbu Shueing hurriedly said, I give up. I give up. Give up? The tall and skinny woman was startled. You're not going to attempt the blazing blood door? Dongbu Shueing hurriedly said, the blazing blood door is filled with danger. It shouldn't be something that must be entered, right? I can give up, right? Yes. The tall and skinny woman nodded. With a wave of her hand, the blood-colored disc slowly closed up, sealing the terrifying passageway. You're really smart. With your current strength, you might die at any moment, the tall and skinny woman said. However, when you're stronger, you can still attempt it again. Definitely, definitely. Dongbu Shueing replied. Although he said so, he didn't dare to be careless. This was a place that the master of Lake Heart Island had specially built to deal with outsiders. Just for the sake of the island's reputation, it would be extremely dangerous inside. It was already extremely difficult for him to pass the screening. How could he still go in and seek death? It would be better to wait until he was stronger. Now that I'm considered a guest of Lake Heart Island, I won't be attacked in the ordinary areas? Dongbu Shueing asked. Yes, the tall and skinny woman nodded. However, you're not allowed to barge into the restricted areas. Where's the restricted area? Dongbu Shueing asked. Don't worry. If you barge in unintentionally, you'll be expelled. If you resist, you'll be killed, the tall and skinny woman said. Understood. Dongbu Shueing smiled. Everyone, I'll be taking my leave first. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Dongbu Shueing suddenly stopped. Looking at the skinny armored warrior in the distance, he asked, Brother, Chow Wu. The skinny armored warrior, Chow Wu, was startled. Looking at Dongbu Shueing, he frowned and asked, What's the matter? You're a stage 3 world deity. Dongbu Shueing asked. I guess so. Chao Wu frowned and replied. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded lightly. When he fought with Chao Wu, he realized that although Chao Wu's blade technique was very strong, he was only a stage 3 world deity. It was only because of his invincible defense, great strength, and extremely fast speed that he was able to fight on par with him. These armored warriors, be it the black armored monsters or the blood armored warriors, all of them have invincible defense. Dongbua Shui Ing thought to himself, I guess it's the Lake Heart Island's doing. At the same time, he flew far away. As for the black armored monsters that were originally blocking the entrance of the mountain, they left one by one. As soon as they came into contact with the mountain walls, they would disappear. You even became a guest of my Lake Heart Island? The many-legged black armored beast that was originally chasing after Dongbua Shui Ing muttered. After that, he too went into the mountain wall and disappeared. Dongbua Shui Ing looked at the black armored monsters leaving. He couldn't help but feel better. It was true. These fellows did not attack him anymore. So, Dongbua Shui Ing rushed towards the direction of his wife, Jing Qiu. Jing Qiu, tell me, where are you? Don't run around. I'm coming. Dongbua Shui Ing immediately sent a message. At the same time, he was filled with excitement and confidence. This was the first time he had the confidence to bring his wife away safely. He even had the confidence to save his father-in-law. Chapter 551. In reality, Dongbua Shui Ing had only experienced a single battle at the Blazing Blood Door. Snow Eagle. Jing Qiu was extremely excited. She thought that she was the only survivor of the team. I'm here. Where are you? Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted. I just obtained the true God weapon. Jing Qiu transmitted. All right, wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted. When I parted ways with you earlier, I made a bet and gained something. Now that I'm in the normal areas of the Lake Heart Island, I won't be attacked. So, Dongbua Shui Ing advanced at his fastest speed. His journey was smooth and no black armored monsters attacked him. He was worried that his wife, Jing Qiu, would be attacked. Fortunately, after a while, Dongbua Shui Ing finally saw the cold, silver-haired lady in the mask. He heaved a sigh of relief. Snow Eagle. Jing Qiu shouted. Her voice was filled with happiness. Jing Qiu, I'll send you outside. Dongbua Shui Ing said. Find a place to stay at the edge of the Lake Heart Island. Oh, Jing Qiu was puzzled. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled. He explained everything in detail, including the situation at the Blazing Blood Door and the benefits he gained from passing the trial. After Jing Qiu heard it, she revealed a look of joy. Not an intruder, but a guest of the Lake Heart Island. It'll be much safer there. Yes. Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. Originally, I wasn't confident that I could save your father, but now I'm confident. No matter what, it's all because of the true God weapon. The true God weapon is too precious. We can't lose it. I'll send you outside the Lake Heart Island. You wait there. After that, I'll go receive you alone. Jing Qiu thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Logically, she understood that this was the best option. She wouldn't be of any help if she followed. Let's go then. Dongbua Shui Ing waved his hand and kept his wife into his inner world. The inner world of a world deity was extremely huge. It had the ability to receive souls, reconstruct the fleshly body, and many other functions. Even after becoming a powerful existence, once the inner world was completed, it could give birth to life on its own, allowing countless lives to reproduce and live. Whoosh! With that, Dongbua Shui Ing began his journey back. For safety's sake, he purposely returned along the original path. After all, this path was even more remote. The Nine-Yang Palace head, withered tree old mother, and other existences would not seal off and investigate such a remote place. Phew! He rushed out of the cave he had entered from. It was covered in frost outside. In the distance, there was a boundless layer of water. Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand, and Jing Qiu appeared beside him. We came out so easily. Jing Qiu looked around and revealed a look of joy. I was still worried about the dangers on the way back. Previously, we met with Monarch Armadillo Jade and the others here, but they've already... Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head lightly. Fortunately, we're confident that we can leave safely. When the time comes, we can bring back their blood-refined deity weapons and other treasures. That way, their losses will be minimized. Oh, right, Jing Qiu, find a place to live in seclusion. Amen, Jing Qiu nodded. Passing through the layer of water would take too long, and it would be too dangerous for Jing Qiu to do it alone. Naturally, she would find a safe place at the periphery of the island. Soon, in the depths of a tall mountain, Jing Qiu waved her hand and used her world deity energy to condense an ice house. Her surroundings were also isolated from all probing of laws. The entire Lake Heart Island is incomparably huge. There are only so many powerful existences and stage for world deities here. It's impossible for anyone to pass through here. Even if they do, they won't be able to enter the boundary deity domain. Furthermore, I'm isolated from all probing of laws, so they won't be able to discover me. All right. Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand. He placed the treasures left behind by Monarch Armadillo Jade and the Calamity Stone Essence with his wife. As for the Scarlet Cloud Spear, the ink character token, and the other items, he carried them with him. The Scarlet Cloud Spear was of great help to his strength, and the ink character token was the reward for passing the selection test. Who knows, it might still be useful on the Lake Heart Island. Then I'll head over first. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "Hurry up and contact your father. Tell him to rendezvous with me." Amen. Jing Qiu was somewhat worried. You should be careful. 9 Yang Palace Head, Withered Tree Old Mother, and the others are definitely using karma to track my father. My father is also using karma to maintain a distance from them. If you were to rendezvous with my father, the moment you return, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. It's fine. In any case, all the important treasures have been left here. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. 9 Yang Palace Head and the others were either powerful existences or stage for world deities who are comparable to powerful existences. Monarch Mo Shui was also comparable to powerful existences. All of them were proficient in karma. By following karma, they could determine each other's approximate location. This was also the reason why it was hard for 9 Yang Palace Head and the rest to catch Monarch Mo Shui. Because Monarch Mo Shui knew that they were approaching, he forcefully drilled inside. In addition, the directions of the forks in the cavern were not fixed. He could clearly confirm that Monarch Mo Shui was in a certain direction, but following the cavern passageway, he was constantly deviating from the direction. I shall make a move first. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed as he sped away. Jing Qiu watched from afar, her silver hair fluttering in the wind. Her heart was filled with anticipation. She hoped that this time, her husband could successfully bring her father out. The black-robed, white-haired, white-bearded old man was casually sitting on a protruding ice boulder. Through karma senses, he could sense that there were many karmic threads in the void that connected to different directions. One of the thicker karmic threads was extending to a region 1 billion kilometers away. However, that region was a chaotic mess, and he could not sense it carefully. Monarch Mo Shui was very clear the reason why it was a piece of primal chaos was because that region isolated all law probing. Want to chase me? I have cultivated for many years and am proficient in karma techniques. The layout of the Lake Heart Island is also very mysterious. Want to chase me? Monarch Mo Shui sneered, then looked around. Surrounding him was an empty mountainside, and there were a total of 8 caves leading to different directions. Monarch Mo Shui revealed a smile. I, Mo Shui, have never been so deep into the Lake Heart Island. In the information he obtained, there was not a single record. Because it was too deep, This kind of place most likely only those at the level of the three ancestors, or even true god rulers, dared to enter. Monarch Mo Shui was also fleeing for his life, so he did not care, madly drilling. Father, Jing Qiu's transmission. Monarch Mo Shui immediately revealed a look of joy. He was most happy that his eldest daughter had actually succeeded in reincarnating, awakening her memories, and even becoming a stage for world deity. This made Monarch Mo Shui incomparably gratified. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. What made him even more happy was that his daughter in her previous life simply did not fancy men. After reincarnating, before she had even become a god, she had already married a young fellow from the material realm, the mortal world. Moreover, this young fellow had extremely high talent and was directly taken in as a personal disciple by Bloodblade. He was happy, and felt that even if he died, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, he, Monarch Mo Shui, had really lived for far too long, and naturally had long seen through it. Therefore, at the last moment, he entered the Lake Heart Island ruins to fight for it. For a true god weapon, even if he had to fall out with 9 young Palace Head, he would not hesitate. As long as he could give this true god weapon to his daughter, that would be too perfect. With a true god weapon, his daughter's hopes of becoming a powerful existence would greatly increase. Moreover, she still had a very powerful husband, and he believed that in the future she would definitely surpass him, this father, and truly transcend, becoming a powerful existence. Good daughter, what's the matter? Monarch Mo Shui was in a relaxed mood as he chatted with his daughter. Father, I have already obtained the true god weapon, and am currently safely waiting outside the Lake Heart Island. Jing Qiu transmitted. Monarch Mo Shui was immediately surprised and happy. She actually succeeded? Snow Eagle is currently inside the Lake Heart Island and wants to receive you. Father, tell me the approximate geographical location, so that I can tell Snow Eagle. Jing Qiu said, he's coming to receive me. Monarch Mo Shui frowned and immediately transmitted, good daughter, don't waste your energy. I am currently in the extreme depths of the Lake Heart Island, and it is too dangerous for Dongbua Shuang. You 2 dolls should stop tormenting yourself, and quickly leave with your husband. Chapter 552. Father, since Snow Eagle and I came, we didn't care about the danger. Furthermore, the 2 of us are just clones, so you don't have to worry about us. Jing Qiu transmitted. Furthermore, we've also discovered a place called the Blazing Blood Gate. Jing Qiu explained everything in detail. This was also permitted by Dongbua Shuang. There was no need to hide it from his father-in-law. If I pass the screening, I won't be attacked in the normal areas. If I accidentally trespass into the restricted areas, I'll just be chased away? Only resisting will one be killed? Monarch Mo Shui was startled and immediately understood how important this guest's identity was. All right. Monarch Mo Shui's heart also had a desire to live. With the help of her son-in-law, she might really be able to escape and reincarnate. Daughter, I'm too deep into the island. I can only use karma to determine my approximate location. Moreover, when I was fleeing, I even entered some extremely dangerous places and narrowly escaped death to reach here. It's impossible for Shui Ying to follow the same route as me. Monarch Mo Shui transmitted. The main reason was that 9 young Palace Head and the others were chasing too ruthlessly at the start. Monarch Mo Shui would rush to wherever the danger was. 9 young Palace Head and the others did not dare to gamble with their lives. Father, tell me the location first, Jing Qiu transmitted. Who? Traversing through the depths of the Lake Heart Island. Dongbua Shuang was extremely relaxed. He did not encounter any ambushes at all. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Dongbua Shuang smiled. If not for Monarch Armadillo Jade, he and Jing Qiu would not have been able to reach the place where the true god weapon was hidden. That was already a relatively safe region that Monarch Mo Shui had deliberately placed. Dongbua Shui-ing received a map from his wife. So deep. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. The straight-line distance between Monarch Mo Shui and the periphery of Lake Heart Island exceeded 200 billion li. This was purely a straight-line distance, and the layout of the island in the center of the lake was mysterious, so in reality, one would have to take a long detour. Take your time. Because he was very safe, Dongbua Shui-ing could use the simplest method, which was to continuously approach Monarch Mo Shui's position. If one path couldn't be taken, he would change to another. Time flew by. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. This time, Dongbua Shui-ing had ventured more than 100 times deeper than when he first came in, but there was not a single battle. This is really strange. Dongbua Shui-ing looked ahead. At the end of the tunnel was a spatial whirlpool. Dongbua Shui-ing did not have the confidence to enter recklessly. Nobody knew where he would be teleported to if he entered. Clearly, this was some kind of spatial passageway, and it definitely led somewhere. Turn around. Dongbua Shui-ing did not hesitate to turn around and head back, following a fork in the road that he had discovered earlier. The interior of the island was simply too vast. The stage 4 world deities and powerful existences that came from the deity world and dark abyss were too rare, so Dongbua Shui-ing had yet to meet a single one. However, after passing through so many places, he had also recorded down a very detailed map. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Even though Dongbua Shui-ing often took detours, because he had always been flying at his fastest speed, he would avoid some of the dangerous and unique places. Therefore, he had always been traveling in the ordinary regions, and did not meet with any trouble. In this month, the distance between him and Monarch Mo Shui had shrunk to 50 billion miles. Within the pitch-black passageway, Dongbua Shui-ing was flying at high speed. Even though the passageway was covered in a thick layer of ice, one could see the black material deep within the ice. Pong! Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand, and a white stream of light shot out, shattering a large piece of the ice layer, revealing the gloomy black walls. The black walls had simple and unadorned vein patterns, yet they had a strange charm to them. The deeper I go into the island, the more I can see some buildings. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. Currently, these buildings were all sealed in ice. What is that? Dongbua Shui-ing suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at the ice layer behind him. Within that thick layer of ice, a figure was faintly discernible, sitting cross-legged there. No armor. Sitting cross-legged? Dongbua Shui-ing stood in midair, looking through the ice layer carefully. The ice layer was very thick, and there was a man wearing a gray robe, sitting cross-legged, yet he was completely frozen. I have been here for more than a month, and can be considered to have entered the depths of the island, and have seen many things. But those ice sculptures are all wearing armor. Dongbua Shui-ing thought, this is the first one without armor. Dongbua Shui-ing had an urge to study it. Who cares? Even if this gray-robed man is really a powerful character within the Lake Heart Island, I have unintentionally disturbed him. I didn't mean to disturb him. I'm a guest, so he probably won't kill me. Dongbua Shui-ing made up his mind, and with a wave of his hand, countless white radiance shot out from his fingertips, directly smashing through the ice layer. Hua hua hua! Large pieces of ice layer crumbled. The 100-meter thick ice layer was completely torn apart, and the luminous sun force did not injure the gray-robed man in the slightest. Instead, the ice layer around him was completely shattered, revealing the appearance of the gray-robed man. He sat cross-legged and did not emit any aura. Dead. Dongbua Shui-ing sensed it, and was immediately certain. Even his true deity heart is gone? Dongbua Shui-ing controlled a strand of luminous sun force to seep into the corpse of the gray-robed man. It was indeed empty, but this corpse caused Dongbua Shui-ing's expression to change, because when the luminous sun force seeped into the corpse through his nostrils, he discovered that this corpse's muscles, bones, and even organs were terrifyingly strong. This is definitely a powerful existence, and a powerful existence that had cultivated his body to an extremely high realm. Dongbua Shui-ing thought. But who is he? Dongbua Shui-ing observed carefully. From the aura of his body, he should be a powerful existence from the deity world, and not the dark abyss. I should know all the powerful existences in the history of the deity world, including those who have died. But I don't know him. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned as he observed this gray, robed man in front of him, an unfamiliar, powerful existence, one that had never been recorded in the history of the deity world. However, the historical records of the deity world aren't safe. For example, the owner of the Lake Heart Island wasn't recorded either. Dongbua Shui-ing guessed. Dongbua Shui-ing's gaze landed on the wrist of the gray-robed man. There was a scarlet-red wristband on his wrist. With a wave of his hand, the scarlet-red wristband flew towards him. This was the only treasure on the gray-robed man's corpse other than his robes. He, Dongbua Shui-ing, would not go as far as to strip the clothes of a dead cultivator, even if the clothes were of the peak grade world deity rank. The scarlet-red wristband was a storage treasure, and it was a unique world deity weapon that could be used in battle. Interesting. Even though it is a world deity weapon, it seems to be very powerful. Dongbua Shui-ing's expression changed. When he refined the scarlet-red wristband, he immediately discovered the ancient array within the wristband. The vast array was dark and unfathomable, causing Dongbua Shui-ing's heart to palpitate. Within the array there was a fixed space-time. This is a weapon that can seal the enemy into a space-time. As long as this weapon is activated, the enemy will be sucked into this space-time. The profound mysteries within this weapon, who forged it? I feel that even the Eden treasure, Crimson Rock Mountain, is inferior to it. Dongbua Shui-ing frowned. Moreover, I can't even identify the corpse of this gray, robed man. Forget it. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only put it aside for now. No matter what, this mysterious gray, robed man had been dead for an unknown period of time. Moreover, he was buried deep within the Lake Heart Island. There are still some items within. Perhaps I can find out his identity from these items. Dongbua Shui-ing sent his consciousness into the wristband. The space-time within the wristband was separated into close to 100 layers. One of the layers was used to store items. Chapter 5:53. Dongbua Shui-ing took out 4 items from the wristband. They were the more unique items in the wristband. The others were common items like god crystals. The 4 items were an axe, a sharp shard, a long black whip, and a golden book. The axe and the long whip are both world deity grade weapons. Moreover, their forging techniques are very similar. Dongbua Shui-ing inspected them and discovered that the divine imprints on the axe and the long whip were ancient and unique. Before coming to Lake Heart Island, he had never seen such a style. Strictly speaking, they were similar to the scarlet wristband, as they both had the charm of time and space. The axe, the long whip, and the scarlet wristband. The person who forged them must be very proficient in time and space. In the entire deity world and abyss, the person who is most proficient in time and space would be the temporal island lord. Dongbua Shui-ing thought about it carefully. However, he was still unable to guess the identity of the corpse of the gray-robed man. It was as though he was a powerful existence that appeared out of nowhere. He casually picked up a sharp shard and touched it. The shard was dark red in color, and there were ancient patterns on it. It emitted a vast and tranquil aura, causing Dongbua Shui-ing to feel calm. It's not an ordinary item. However, I can't tell its usage. Moreover, it's only a shard. Could it be a shard of a true god weapon? Dongbua Shui-ing guessed. He then placed the shard aside and looked at the last item. Dongbua Shui-ing took the thick golden book and flipped through it. There were many ancient words written on it. Hong! A huge amount of information surged into his mind. I, Paragon Dust Cloud. The scarlet wristband, Axe and long whip are weapons that I forged myself. However, due to the limited materials, they are only world deity weapons. As for the shard, I obtained it by chance. Until now, I have yet to discover its usage. These are my gifts to the future one. I, Dust Cloud, have been cultivating bitterly for a long time. I do not have many treasures. Please forgive me. The reason why I'm giving these to you is because I have a request. If the future one is able to meet Paragon Qingyuan in the future, please give this book to him. If you can't meet him, then forget it. Qingyuan, I've done what you asked of me. It's a pity that I still underestimated the dangers of the Lake Heart Island. I didn't have the chance to meet you again. What a pity. In just a few sentences, what followed were extremely complicated array diagrams. There were a total of 325 array diagrams, and each one of them was extremely profound. Dongbua Shui-ing took the book in his hand and remained silent. He could feel the regret in the message left by the dead man. It was left before he died. Lord Dust Cloud, Honorable Qingyuan, could it be a venerable? Dongbua Shui-ing pondered. When he had been with Monarch Armadillo Jade and the others, he had learned that major powers were also referred to as true gods, and that they could be roughly divided into 3 levels: ordinary true gods, true god paragons, and true god rulers. His master, the Temporal Island Lord, and the others were all dominator rank existences. There aren't many paragons in the entire deity world and abyss, but why haven't I heard of the 2 of them? Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself. And could it be that this paragon Dust Cloud didn't have a communication technique? Why did he leave a message on the book before he died? Most communication techniques were through communication. One could even use karma to communicate across countless worlds. Leaving a message on a book like this was a very unique thing. After studying it for a moment, he kept it. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the corpse of the gray-robed man who was sitting cross-legged in front of him with a serene expression. He immediately stretched out his hand, and the power of the heavens and the earth rapidly condensed into soil and rocks. The soil and rocks completely enveloped the corpse of the gray-robed man. Since he was dead, then let him rest in peace. Such an expert should have a clone. But he died here and even left a message. His true body and clone should have been destroyed. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the graves in front of him and thought to himself, Lake Heart Island is indeed one of the top ancient ruins in the entire deity world and abyss. The level of danger here far exceeds my imagination. I'm afraid there are techniques to kill clones and true bodies. For example, when Blood Blade killed a powerful existence, he could use karma to transmit his attack to the other body of the powerful existence, killing him directly. This meant that he could hide in the material realm. The laws of the material realm protected the native living beings. The stronger the power of the expert, the more they would be repelled. Even someone as strong as a ruler could only kill a stage 3 world deity with the help of an oath. Without the oath, he could only kill a stage 2 world deity. One must know that in the deity world and abyss, Bloodblade and the others could easily kill ordinary powerful existences. From this, one could see how powerful the laws of the material realm were. The danger of the Lake Heart Island relic is probably even greater than that of my master and the others. I must not be careless. Dongbua Shui-ing pondered. Be respectful. The protection of the material realm is not omnipotent. It was because when he saw Emperor Heavenly Cloud's corpse, he saw a huge array formed by hundreds of millions of meteorites. That huge array gave Dongbua Shui-ing a feeling that it was not inferior to the material world's law. Thus, Dongbua Shui-ing felt that the protection of the material world was not absolute. Fortunately, I'm a guest of Lake Heart Island. As long as they don't deliberately seek death, they won't be so unlucky. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the graves. I'm not fated to meet you again. What a pity, Dongbua Shui-ing muttered in his heart. I wonder if these 2 reverends are Tao companions or relatives. The path of cultivation has never been easy. While there might be benefits to exploring the ruins, there are also dangers. Dongbua Shue Ing sighed. An existence that was suspected to be at the level of a real god venerable had died here. South Dongbua Shue Ing continued to move forward. As the distance between them and monarch Mo Shue got closer and closer, Dongbua Shue Ing also began to communicate with monarch Mo Shue through his wife Jingqiu. Monarch Mo Shue did not always stay in the same place. He also had to avoid being killed, so he was constantly moving. However, because they were extremely deep, there were many dangers, so the distance they were moving was still very little. 30 billion li, 10 billion li, 5 billion li, 1 billion li, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. I've gone the wrong way, this is a dead end. He clearly knew that the distance was getting closer, but there were many obstacles in the surroundings, so he had to go around for a long time. No rush, no rush. Monarch Mo Shue was currently standing on an empty plaza. The entire plaza was sealed in ice. He looked from afar and waited. At the same time, he was constantly sensing the distance between Nanyang Palace Head and the others. He was avoiding Nanyang Palace Head and the others, and at the same time he was deliberately getting closer to Dongbua Shuang. Who? Monarch Mo Shue's eyes lit up. He saw a stream of light streaking across the sky in the distance. Following that, it landed on the plaza. It was precisely the black-robed young man with some frost on his body. Monarch Mo Shue stroked his snow-white beard and could not help but grin. Back then, he had seen Dongbua Shue Ing participate in the myriad flower feast. It was just that at that time, Dongbua Shue Ing was still just a god level. But now he already possessed the battle power of a stage for world deity. Good son-in-law. Monarch Mo Shue laughed and shouted. His voice was vigorous, reverberating in the surrounding plaza. He was very happy. Dongbua Shue Ing also saluted at once. Snow Eagle pays his respects to father-in-law. Chapter 554. The more Monarch Mo Shue looked at Dongbua Shuang, the more he liked him. He didn't have long to live. How could he not be happy to have such a son-in-law? Snow Eagle. Monarch Mo Shue chuckled. Back in the Kamsi prefecture, I already knew that you were my son-in-law. At that time, although I was happy that my daughter had successfully reincarnated, happy that there was finally someone who wanted to marry my eldest daughter who had always troubled me. But it was just a god-level kid. I was still somewhat dissatisfied. But seeing that your potential wasn't bad, it was still passable, so I didn't care. After all, my daughter's matter isn't something I can decide. Monarch Mo Shue beamed. Dongbua Shue Ing helplessly said, Father-in-law, you and Jingqiu both hid it from me. I was puzzled at that time. Why did Monarch Mo Shue think so highly of me? Ha ha ha. Monarch Mo Shue laughed loudly. He then said, Snow Eagle, now that we are in the depths of Lake Heart Island, there are many dangers. It will be very hard for Nanyang Palace Head and the rest to catch me. But once we return, the further we go out, the lower the danger in the outer regions. To Nanyang Palace Head and the rest, it is not worth mentioning. They have joined hands to surround me and have some cloning techniques. Wanting to escape from their encirclement, the hope is very low. Dongbua Shuang said, Father-in-law, I and Jingqiu have thought it through. No matter how low the hope is, we have to give it a shot. If we continue to stay in the depths of Lake Heart Island, after a long time, I'm afraid we will only be waiting for death. Only by escaping, leaving the range of the rules of Lake Heart Island, can father-in-law reincarnate. Jingqiu was able to reincarnate successfully. Father-in-law, you completely have hope of reincarnating successfully too. Monarch Mo Shue nodded with a smile. I understand you don't have to say too much. There is indeed some hope of success. But my daughter succeeded. It doesn't mean I can do it too. The hope is still relatively low. Now that you and I rush out together, I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape. Your identity will also be discovered by Nanyang Palace Head and the rest, thus forming a grudge. I'm not afraid, father-in-law. Why are you afraid of this and that? Dongbo Shui Ing said. Monarch Amo Shui was startled, then immediately nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble Snow Eagle. When he thought about how Dongbo Shui Ing was the lord of the material realm and also the personal disciple of God Emperor, he knew that he would be able to handle this kind of trouble. I've already ascertained the route before I came here. It's the smoothest route, Dongbo Shui Ing said. All right, you point the way. We'll take a gamble. Monarch Amo Shui said. Whoosh! The two of them immediately turned into streams of light and flew away at high speed. Monarch Amo Shui released his energy, bringing along Dongbo Shui. The two's speed soared to 600,000 miles per second. Clearly, this old fellow who had cultivated for countless years and was comparable to powerful existences was also extremely proficient in the aspect of speed. In the icy corridor, the cold youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sensing Monarch Amo Shui's position through karma. Monarch Amo Shui also used a treasure to isolate all karmic probing, causing the probing to only be able to lock onto one region. That region was hazy and indistinct, unable to probe clearly inside. I miscalculated. If I knew that Monarch Amo Shui wasn't afraid of death, I wouldn't have brought him along. The cold youth shook his head. Back then, he had brought along a few companions. He was the leader of the team. After all, his strength was the strongest. As the personal disciple of the temporal island lord, he was already rather dazzling when he was a world deity. Now his strength was even more profound. Who would have thought that after Monarch Amo Shui discovered the true god weapon, he would immediately flee with it, not caring about him, the leader of the team. True god weapon. As long as I obtain the true god weapon, completely refine it, and diligently experience it day and night, I will open up my own path. The hope of stepping into the Paragon realm will greatly increase. The cold youth's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Whoever blocks my path, kill. He was truly filled with killing intent. The cold youth, 9 Young Palace head, suddenly turned his head to look in a direction. He's moving at high speed. Even though Monarch Amo Shui intentionally controlled the isolated region, trying his best to disguise it, following his high-speed flight, the isolated region would ultimately still move along with him. What is he preparing to do? 9 Young Palace head was not in a hurry to act, because he was not sure if Monarch Amo Shui was going to escape or go deeper. After Monarch Amo Shui flew for the time taken to brew a cup of tea, 9 Young Palace head was completely sure. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness. This Amo Shui, he really is escaping. Does he think he can escape? So, 9 Young Palace head also moved. At another fork in the road, the old granny, leaning on a wooden walking stick, also contacted 9 Young Palace head. All right, Palace head can be at ease. Leave this matter to this old granny. I will definitely help. Her hair rapidly grew longer, transforming into grayish-brown tree roots. The grayish-brown tree roots directly broke apart, transforming into gray-robed old granny. There was a total of 9 clones. So. The 9 clones rapidly followed the fork and began to disperse, heading to block the way. This was a method possessed by withered tree old mother's innate talent. Even if she was suppressed in the Lake Heart Island, she could still create clones. Her cloning method was also what 9 Young Palace had relied on to capture Monarch Amo Shui. What's going on? He escaped so quickly. Along the way, he didn't seem to slow down at all. Could it be that he wasn't attacked? 9 Young Palace head and the rest immediately discovered where the problem lay. Listen to my orders. Use all your strength to rush towards the periphery of the Lake Heart Island. We will block the way from the periphery. 9 Young Palace head transmitted his orders. Emperor Prison Dragon had a life and death friendship with him, and Withered Tree Old Mother also agreed to help him. As for Red Transient Empress and Zainua Sovereign, they didn't have the guts to go against him. Not everyone was as daring as monarch Mo Shwe. All right, understood. Since each of them had chased to the depths of the Lake Heart Island, they would now follow the original path and return, avoiding some unnecessary detours. In an instant, their speed was extremely fast. Like 9 Young Palace Head and Emperor Prison Dragon, their speed was even faster than Monarch Mo Shwe. The moment they no longer cared about Monarch Mo Shwe and wholeheartedly rushed towards the periphery. They very quickly rushed to the front. This is troublesome. Dongbua Shwe-ing and Monarch Mo Shwe also knew that things weren't good. No matter what, they still had to leave through the outermost exit. There are many exits and forks. Let's take a gamble. Dongbua Shwe-ing and Monarch Mo Shwe had no other choice. Time passed. Ever since they met up with Monarch Mo Shwe, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Dongbua Shwe-ing and the rest were already not far from the exit, and estimated that they would be able to leave within 2 to 3 days. But at this time it was even more dangerous, because 9 Young Palace Head and the rest had already begun to frantically block the surroundings. South, inside the serene and deep cave passage, Dongbua Shwe-ing and Monarch Mo Shwe were currently transforming into flowing lights as they flew. They are closing in from all directions. Monarch Mo Shwe was somewhat anxious. We must hurry and change our route. Change. Dongbua Shwe-ing also said. Right now he no longer pointed the way, because he was forced to run randomly, and it was no longer a road he was familiar with. His only use was his identity as a guest, allowing him to bring Monarch Mo Shwe along to avoid being ambushed. Change route. Change route again. Change. Chase. They can't escape. 9 Young Palace Head also went all out at this time. They could feel that Monarch Mo Shwe and the rest were about to be intercepted. Monarch Mo Shwe had been running with all his might, but the more he ran, the more the encirclement around him was shrinking, causing Monarch Mo Shwe to feel more and more despair. We can't escape anymore. Monarch Mo Shwe sighed. Actually, I also know that 9 Young Palace Head and the rest are going all out to surround me. If I want to escape, the chances are slim. Snow Eagle, you go. Don't bother about me. If you continue to follow me, you will be implicated by me. Lord Father-in-law, don't give up. I still have another way. Dongbua Shwe-ing said. You have a way. Monarch Mo Shwe looked at Dongbua Shwe-ing in shock. Previously, Dongbua Shwe-ing had always been following him, allowing Monarch Mo Shwe to change his route time and time again. Let's try. Dongbua Shwe-ing said, Lord Father-in-law, you better not resist. Saying that, he waved his hand, keeping Monarch Mo Shwe into his own inner world. Dongbua Shwe-ing then quickly returned to a place not far away by himself. Very quickly, he saw a dark spatial whirlpool in the distance. He walked to the side of the spatial whirlpool and sat down cross-legged. They are nearing. Monarch Mo Shwe was still informing Dongbua Shwe-ing within his inner world. Merely a moment later, a figure flew over from a distant, dark cave passage, passing by this corner, and saw the Dongbua Shwe-ing who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh, Dongbua Shwe-ing? The person who came was a cold youth. Dongbua Shwe-ing raised his head and stood up. Greetings, 9 Young Palace Head. The cold youth nodded slightly, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Towards this Dongbua Shwe-ing, he had a very good impression. He laughed. Previously, I was a little curious. Chihua Laozu had merely sent an incarnation into the world of the Xia people, so how could he have saved your wife? I asked Chihua Laozu, and he told me that it was you who offered half of your soul to your wife. Amen, Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. Your war with the Xia people was so difficult. I believe that when the war ended, you should not have grasped hold of a grade, one true meaning. The cold youth guessed. If you had a grade, one true meaning, saving your wife would not have been so difficult. Yes, Dongbua Shui Ing felt strange. This Nanyang palace had actually understood him so well. For the sake of your wife, you gave up half of your soul. At that time, you were not even a grade 1 true meaning transcendent. This has the danger of severing your path of cultivation. The cold youth smiled and nodded. You really have some guts. Even though I like you more, this involves a true god weapon. Whoever obstructs me, I will kill them. Thus, I hope that you do not help Monarch Amo Shui, because you cannot help him. So from another direction, a black dragon flew over. Its speed was extremely fast, and when it landed, it turned into a tall and big man in black armor. How is it? Have you found Monarch Amo Shui in the surrounding area? The cold youth asked. No, the black armored man, Emperor Prison Dragon, replied. The cold youth immediately looked at Dongbua Shuang, his eyes filled with a hint of sharpness. He coldly said, The isolated area is only so big, and there are no other living beings in this area except for you. Furthermore, through karma, I can deduce that Monarch Amo Shui is also in the surrounding area. He has no other place to escape to. I'm afraid he is in your Eden treasure or your inner world. Dongbua Shuang, for the sake of Monarch Amo Shui, going against me is not worth it. The cold youth said, We can be friends and not enemies. Dongbua Shuang looked at him. There are some things that can't be helped. So, he directly scurried into a spatial whirlpool, disappearing within it. The cold youth's expression changed. Spatial whirlpools usually lead to more important or dangerous places. He frowned. Just a single guidance, and you are willing to risk your life to help Amo Shui? South. This was the first time Shui Ing had entered a spatial maelstrom within the Lake Heart Island. This was also the only method he felt he could use. After all, he was a guest, and even if he barged into a restricted area, he would not be killed immediately. Who? He felt the surrounding space change. Suddenly, a vast land appeared in front of his eyes. Landing on this vast land, he raised his head. In the distance, there was a golden-armored giant that was as huge as a mountain sitting cross-legged. This majestic golden-armored giant also opened his eyes and looked over. Dongbua Shuang felt a little awkward and hurriedly said, I accidentally trespassed. May I ask where this place is? End of this chapter. Asterisk.